Well, hello, and hopefully you have grooved out to Summertime by DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince as we welcome you to the second day of our AccessLex Summer Webinar Series, which is our Financial Capability and Policy Day. If you joined us last week for our pre-law day, welcome back. And if this is your first AccessLex professional development this season or ever, thank you for being here. Many of you have often heard us say that we absolutely could not do what we do without you, and we genuinely mean that. We are grateful that you are taking the time to do some professional development with us, and we thank you for trusting us enough to provide you with the information you're going to receive today. It really goes without saying that the past year has been one of the most challenging times we can ever remember, both personally and professionally. As we celebrate the official start of summer this month, we have new beginnings on our mind. We're looking forward to getting back to some sense of normal, and we know you are too. With that being said, we also want to take time to capture those valuable lessons that living and working through this season has taught us. Today, we'll hear from our colleagues and presenters on resources, policy, and research that we all can leverage to make tomorrow even brighter for our students. So let's kick off the day by telling you who we are. I am Leandra Ross. I'm the Regional Director in the South for our AccessLex for Education and Financial Capability.
And I'm Derek Brainerd, National Director of Financial Education with the AccessLex Center for Education and Financial Capability as well. I'm delighted to be co-hosting today's event with you, Leandra, as always, and I love that we have so many people joining us for our Financial Capability and Policy Day. So before we get started, and as folks are coming into the space here, I want to show you a little bit about the functionality of the ON24 platform that we are all using today. I know that you are all very familiar with navigating virtual meeting spaces by now, right? We're all experts, but still there's always a little nuance to what we're doing, although some of it or most of it will be probably intuitive for you. Right now, your whole screen should look a little something like the slide I'm sharing with you. You've got a slide box in the upper left-hand side of your screen displaying the PowerPoint presentation. In the upper right-hand corner, the speaker's box, where you may see my face and Leandra's. In the lower portion, you will see some tools. One of the best parts of this platform we found is that you can customize your own view. So if you would like to make those slides appear bigger or you want to make me disappear, I won't be offended. Just drag the box from the right-hand edge to resize or minimize them. You can also move the boxes around on your screen to make your view your own. During our time today, should you encounter any technical issues, we first recommend the old faithful refreshing the browser, right? When in doubt, just hit refresh up in the top near your URL. And most of the time that works, typically resolves any technical issues, especially audio, video. If that doesn't work, maybe try leaving the meeting and then coming back in using the same link. And then past that, we'll have our producers who are present here today help you out as needed. But most of the time, just refreshing the browser works. I know, big shock, right? And finally, you should see a row of icons on the bottom of your screen. Looks like this. The box with the question mark on the right is the help feature, and the box with the question mark in the middle of the two speech bubbles is the ask a question panel. So feel free to drop your questions or comments there, and we will respond along the way. It's different, a little different from like a chat panel like you'd see in Zoom. This is where you can interact with the presenters as the Ask a Question panel throughout the day. The blue box with a paperclip is where you're going to find all the resources that we will be referencing and sharing in today's webinar series. And there's a lot of good stuff. So make sure that you go into that paperclip box throughout, and we'll reference it throughout the day as well. So with that being said, Leandra, I think we should test the Ask a Question panel. What do you think?
Sounds great to me. And we'll start here. We are looking for some great interaction from you throughout the day. If you've been on an AccessLex event before, you know how we do. We love to engage. And so this is our first opportunity. We want to know, what is your favorite AccessLex resource? We know many of you have more than one, but share with us in that Ask a Question panel, which is at the top of your list. And maybe it's at the top of your list right now. And I know that Scholarship Data Bank that we just launched a couple of months ago has shot up to the top for many of you and our law school friends, and rightfully so. But we have a number of other free resources that many of you really enjoy. So if you can drop that into the chat panel or the Ask a Question panel, and we'll take time to share some of your favorites out in a moment. But Derek, what is your favorite resource at the moment?
My favorite resource, okay, so Max by AccessLex is obviously near and dear to my heart, right? In the financial education world, doing what we do, it's just amazing to work on Max and in Max and talking to students through that. But I have to say that I'm super excited, as I know so many of you are, about the AccessLex Law School Scholarship Data Bank, because we've spent the last several years talking to students and helping them try to navigate and find scholarships. Specifically for law school. So the fact that, you know, as a center, we curated and launched that this past year, and I know so many students are using it, and so many of you on the call today have told us how much you love that resource, and I'm right there with you. I think it's such a practical and powerful resource. So I gotta say, that's my trending favorite at the moment. What about you, Leandra?
Yeah, and you know, I love the data bank for sure. We put our all into that data bank. I will tell you, we spent months and months and months making sure that it was exactly what our law school colleagues and students would need. So I'm with you there. But I have to say, Access Connects coaching is at the top of my list. It pretty much is always at the top of my list. There is nothing like connecting with students from all over, graduates from all over, getting them ready to step foot on the right financial path. And it's just so great for many of us, many of our colleagues. We have repeat callers where we are journeying with them from start to when they feel comfortable to move along and go on and progress in their professional life and feel financially set. So Access Connects coaching, financial coaching, whether it be through our pre-law services or through our Max program, is absolutely one of our favorite, or I should say one of my favorite resources, although I am speaking on behalf of some of our colleagues. So with that, let's see what some of our colleagues have shared in the Ask a Question panel. Derek, what do you see?
Yeah, I'm loving some of these. I'm seeing a lot of Max. And I always love to see that. But I'm also seeing folks sharing resources that aren't listed here. So I have to give a call out to Gabby, saying that their favorite resource is their regional director, Jennifer. So shout out to Jennifer. Yeah, the regional directors, they're reps, right? That's, you know, those are the boots on the ground helping folks out at the schools and virtually for the last year. So big shout out there. I love Susan Bogart saying LexCon, the conference, right? People love the conference. So there's some other resources here that people are putting in there. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so very similar to our colleague giving the shout out to Jennifer. Now, you know, we have 3 Jennifers. So we have Jennifer Knight on the West Coast. We have Jennifer DeSanza in the Mid-South. So I'm going to trust that there's a shout out for each of them there. So someone else said the people. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate that. The conference, I'm seeing that as well. Let's see, the loan calculator, the student loan calculator. And guess what? We are going to have during one of our breaks an activity with our student loan calculator that we're going to ask you all to participate in, because it really is a great resource for aspiring law students, current law students, and law school graduates. So thank you for that. Let's see, Lex Scholars. So we talked a lot about Lex Scholars in our first day of our webinar series last Wednesday, and we often are talking about it. So thank you for that, Nancy. We really do appreciate it. So it's all over the place there. It really is. And that is our mission, to make sure that we are producing great resources that you and your students will find useful. So thank you for participating in that. We wanted to make sure that Ask a Question panel is working, and it is working just fine. So to tell you a little bit about who we are, if you don't know who we are, if you're new to anything AccessLex related, we're so happy that you're here. If you're coming back, we're happy that you're here as well. But really, we are an organization that fosters access to quality legal education for students, and we work to maximize the value and affordability of a law degree through policy, advocacy, research, student-focused initiatives, and everything we do centers around those things. And as you know, by being here, we do this in partnership with all of you. And again, we're so very grateful. We are privileged to have the relationships that we have with you. We would not be able to do this work without you. So let's talk about today's sessions and the agenda. We will start our first session here at 12:15, so in just 5 minutes Eastern Standard Time. That's 9:15 for those of you on the West Coast. And we are going to have some breaks built in, because we need some breaks, right? We all know we have truly needed those, and they've been helpful. Derek is going to talk to you about those breaks throughout the day.
Yeah, so as we take those breaks between sessions, we'll have some great summer prizes for you to win. We always try to keep things fun and light and moving and interesting, and what better way to do that than to give away some free stuff, right? And so let's talk a little bit about the breaks here. We know some of you are going to need to check your messages between sessions. Totally understandable. We'll also be providing some activities during each break for those of you who would like to engage with us. We will give you instructions at the start of each and every break, but I'll give you a little preview now. So our first 15-minute break will be from 1:30 to 1:45 Eastern, and we'll take a moment to catch our collective breaths and kind of recenter with a few minutes of yoga. And we'll provide you a Zoom link to join in when the time comes for that. Break two. For break two, it's going to be a 30-minute break. We'll give you what we're going to do is we're going to give you an AccessLex student loan calculator activity. You're going to go on a little bit of a scavenger hunt in the calculator and answer a question. You'll have the opportunity there to win a 24-ounce Hydro Flask water bottle, and the winner gets to pick their own color. So that is always fun. During our last 15-minute break from 4 to 4:15 p.m. Eastern, we'll be asking you to submit via the Ask a Question panel the best financial advice you've ever received that you wish someone would have told you sooner. So you can start thinking about that now. We'll review your responses in the panel. We'll share some of them, and we'll probably share our own, right? From those shared responses, we'll select a random winner who will receive this delicious summer snack crate. Doesn't that look delicious? And last but not least, we're going to invite you to make social media posts throughout the event today, as always, using the hashtag LexSummer. The winner of our social media contest will win this Arctic soft pack cooler, and we will announce that winner at the end of the day when we wrap up the event. So doesn't matter if it's Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, use any of these platforms to share what you're learning throughout the day. And don't forget to use the hashtag LexSummer hashtag. And we'll be monitoring that. And again, at the end of the day, we'll select a winner for this really cool soft pack cooler. I kind of wish that I could participate, because it's pretty awesome. Yeah, I know, right?
Me too, Derek. I love a nice, sturdy cooler, especially for summertime, because we are here. And so we're curious where you're joining us from today. You're more than familiar now with the Ask a Question panel. And so if you can drop your name, your school name, and where your school is located, and submit that. And we will give you a moment to type that in, and then we'll share out where some of you are joining us from. As you're doing that, Derek, what are 3 things that you're looking most forward to this summer?
Yeah, I'm gonna run through my 3 things pretty quick so we can get to the first session here in just a minute. I'm looking forward to 3 Fs, friends, family, and food. It's just out of being pent up and not being able to go out to the restaurants we love. I'm just looking forward to spending more time eating the food that we love to eat and spending more time with friends and family. What about you?
Yeah, and I'm such a foodie. I love food, so I should have thought about that one. But I said festivals, right? I'm saying festivals.
Oh, that's another good one. Yes.
All sorts of them. Traveling. I mean, any and everywhere. I'm looking forward to traveling. And then hugging my family and my loved ones.
Ooh, yes.
I am looking forward to that. I am really looking forward to that. So let's see what we have in the chat and the ask a question. Who's joining us? Derek, who do you see?
Yeah, we're seeing, Dr. Angela Joseph from CUNY School of Law in New York. Welcome. Donita Cook from University of Chicago Law School. Welcome. I see Kelly Staples from Georgetown Law in DC. Welcome, Kelly.
Yeah. Joseph Maluski from St. Francis University. Thank you for being here. Let's see. Jessica Sievers from St. Louis University, SLU School of Law. Thank you for being here. And let's see. Who else? Nancy Craybill from Drexel. Thank y'all so much for being with us today. It is plenty to talk about. And so with that, let's go ahead and get started.
Absolutely. So thank you so much for all of you for being here. We're ready to rock and roll. Now that you've got a rundown of the day and you know how to use the Ask a Question button, it is time to kick this off. All right. So our first session is the Law Students Financial Toolbox. And I am so excited, and I see she's joined us here via video, to turn this over to my good friend and colleague, Jennifer Knight, Regional Director for the West here at the Center for Education and Financial Capability. Jennifer, take it away.
Thank you so much, Derek. What a great welcome. Thanks for welcoming all. And I am delighted to get to moderate our very first session of the day, the Law Students Financial Toolbox. Before I have our 4 illustrious, I hope they're coming on camera. Before I have our 4 illustrious panelists introduce themselves, I definitely want you all to know, all the attendees, that we really do want to hear from you. So please submit your comments and your questions into the Ask a Question. I'll be monitoring any of those comments or questions that come through and either pose them while we're getting through the session today, or at least before we wrap up this session today. We have about an hour and 15 minutes together, and we have a lot of questions to pose to our panelists today, and I cannot wait for them to open their toolbox and let us see the tools that they're using to basically to help their law students with their finances, not just financial aid, but holistically all of their finances. That's what I'm eager to hear about. So without further ado, I'm going to have each panelist introduce themselves, the school that they work at, their role, and how long they've been in that role. And we'll go in the order of Ima, then Charles, Jennifer, and Ursula. So Ima, if you'll please introduce yourself and kick us off today.
Thank you, Jen. Hello, everyone. I'm Ima Nabong. I'm the Director of Financial Aid at University of California, Hastings College of Law. I've been in financial aid for a little over 10 years. I have worked in all sectors of higher education, public, private, nonprofit, and for-profit institutions, but I've been working primarily with the graduate law student population for the past 6 years at Hastings. It's so great to see everyone virtually today, and I'm very happy to be part of this panel discussion.
Well, and Ima, I'm glad your electricity is working, because you had pinged me before the session saying that you've had some energy happening over in the Bay Area, San Francisco area of California, and you were without power. So I'm glad it's on. I'm glad you were able to join us. Yay, very good to see you. All right, over to you, Charles.
Thanks, Jen. I'm Charles Pruett. I'm the Assistant Dean for Financial Aid at Georgetown Law. I've been there now I'm approaching my 24th anniversary at Georgetown. I've been primarily in legal financial aid in the law world. Prior to coming over to Georgetown, I was over at GW in their main office while I was getting my JD over there. But it's been a lot of fun, and financial planning and advising has always been something that's very dear to my heart. So I'm happy to be here today. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I can remember the first time that I had exposure to you, Charles, was at a LexCon event. And Jennifer, that we're going to have introduce herself in a second, the two of you co-presented. And I've been in financial aid land for over 25 years. And it was the first time I heard this concept of helping students consider buying a house. And I thought, in DC area where it's so expensive. So I can't wait to hear what else is in your toolbox that you can share with all of us today. So Jennifer, over to you.
Thanks, Jen. And I'm always glad to share a stage with Charles. So my name is Jennifer Holvey. I am the Director of Financial Aid at the UVA Law School. I'm in Charlottesville, Virginia. This is my 30th year in financial aid. My next line is always that I was officially 12 when I started. So if you can make note of that, that would be helpful to me. I worked across the spectrum of the higher ed world. I did PeopleSoft consulting. I've been on the lender side with Bank of America and Elm Resources. And I've been here at the law school for 12 years, and by far my favorite job. I've loved it. So looking forward to sharing with you guys about that today.
I sure can see the love that you have for helping law students. It's very apparent. So can't wait to hear what you have to share with us today. And speaking of love, let's head over to Ursula. I got to connect with her recently and hear some of her personal story about right around Mother's Day. She's a new mom adopting some children. And so I just want to turn that over to you now to introduce yourself, Ursula.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ursula Duran. I'm the Fordham University, I work for Fordham University School of Law, and I'm the Senior Associate Director of Financial Aid. I've been at Fordham, I would probably say close to 20 years or so combined. Most of that has been, all of that has been in financial aid. But in the industry, I've been in the industry close to 30 years. Jennifer, I didn't realize you and I had so much in common. I also used to work for a lender. So that's nice to hear that someone else from our panel also has that background, same as me. And like Jen, I love financial aid. I'm a problem solver, and I'm so very happy that Jen has invited me to talk to you guys today about some of the things we do here at the law school. So thanks again, and let's talk.
Let's talk. I love that. And you can already feel the love for financial aid and finances from these four illustrious panelists. And so let's ask each of them. We'll go in the same order of introductions. The first question. What's your staff size, your student population size, and your approach to serving students? And we'll start with you, Ima.
Yeah, so my financial aid team at Hastings, I like to say that we're a small but mighty team of three because we are a standalone graduate-only law school. So our student population consists mostly of JD students with some MSL, LLMs, and a handful of students are in our new certificate program. So we're talking about a student population size of about 1,200 students and growing. And so because our team is comparatively small at the moment, also in comparison to possibly my other colleagues on this panel, I think the best way to describe our approach to serving our student population is that anything essential and urgent is handled by our team. So really all hands on deck when it comes to determining eligibility, packaging, counseling students through crisis financial situations, and helping to secure additional funding. So for services that may not be what we consider crisis or urgent situations, such as financial literacy and education programming or financial planning, we're there for them when they want to speak to someone immediately. But we will promote and leverage the resources that are available to assist us and allow us the bandwidth and time to handle the more essential and urgent services for our students, on top of our own individual administrative responsibilities within the department.
How about over to you, Charles?
Sounds good. So our population size right now in the office is presently 7. We were approved for 10 way back a long time ago. We never got there because our population size for our JD and LLM program is a little over 3,000. And also we have nearly 1,000 active participants in our loan repayment assistance program. So we're like the size of a small liberal arts college in essence. Our approach to serving students is and sometimes to the chagrin of my team, who I have sorry everyone, I've got the best team in the country. Our answer is, if it's allowed to be yes, i.e. there is not a federal rule barring it or an institutional rule barring it, we'll say yes, regardless of how painful it is to us. So if there's a way we can slide something in that the student is needing and it's okay, we'll do it. And so it's a challenge. But it also is good because I tell them that at orientation. And so they know when I tell them that the answer is no, they know that that was already based upon our service commitment, is that if it could be yes, it would be yes. So it's helpful in one way, it's harmful, not harmful, it's a frustration in the other, because sometimes we have, like we all do, we have certain students that will be pushing deadlines to the limit. But when it came to serving students, particularly for financial coaching, it's something that we've taken up before it was really a thing in the field. I can recall back to 1998, which is when we started it. And we started it because it was really the first year of the $100,000 plus salaries. And it was surprising to us that our students that went out as graduates had the most trouble were not actually the students with the smallest salary. There was a student with the largest salary. And so that prompted our focus, that's saying it's not about dollars, it's about knowledge. So that's why we built our program in 1999, and it's where we are today, that if a student has a financial question, we will route them through us first and then look for support afterwards if we can't provide them the background and the information we need. And so that's where we are. So thank you very much.
Excellent. Over to you, Jennifer.
So we also feel like we have a small but mighty team. We have a full-time staff of 3, and we share a position with the admissions office. And just for the record, friends and neighbors, you will very soon see my new position posted out in NASFA and the other listservs. So by all means, keep your eyes out for that, because I'm getting to hire a 4th full-time staff member in my office, which I'm super excited about. Our student population, we have about 950 JD students and about 50 LLMs. We run somewhere around 120 in our LRAP program, active participants. And one of the positions in my office is devoted at least half time to just managing that program. Our philosophy and our approach is very much a retail customer service approach. We believe that our students are clients. We anticipate having a long-term relationship with these individuals as members of the UVA Law family and as valued members of our alumni community and hopefully future donors. We also offer lifetime counseling services to all of our graduates. It is not unusual to have students who have been out 5 years, 10 years, 15 years come back to meet with our office on various topics. So we keep that in mind, hopefully from the time we meet them as prospective students, that this is a long-term relationship and we want them to feel valued and served at a retail customer service level. So we have a full service financial aid shop. We do our own Title IV aid as well as scholarship and LRAP administration. We do have a cooperative relationship with Main Grounds. So they provide our main campus provides technical support and some reporting services, and we cooperate across other areas. But we want to be the trusted advisors and counselors to our students. That's a privilege for us and something that we want to retain. We think it's a critical part of that relationship building, which we do see as long-term relationships. And so we have a very counseling-focused program. It's very counseling-intensive, and all of that is done here in-house.
And over to you, Ursula.
Hi, it's kind of nice being the last one because I think I can echo so much of what's already been said. It's always nice to sort of hear it again. It feels refreshing. So at Fordham, we serve about 1,200 JD students. We also have a strong LLM program. We also have our, which includes our MSL students. Well, we also have MSL students. Then we also have our students that are working on their SJDs. So, and we also have some new 2U online programs that have been running smoothly and successfully for the past, I would probably say 3 years or so. I also have a dynamic team, an awesome team, which I'm going to give a shout out to them, Allison and Samantha, that are probably listening to this right now. Yes, I mean, they make everything on our office work. We do it together. Also, we run an LRAP program, and Stephen Brown helps us out with that. So I like to sometimes occasionally say we're actually a team of about 3.5, because Steve most of the time is helping out with the admissions office, and he's the Dean of Admissions and Financial Aid. But most of the time, it's just the 3 of us. And so, you know, what I've always liked to say in our office is just like what I've heard throughout everyone else, you know, Jennifer and Charles, mentioned as well, is that we in our office, we have autonomy. So we pretty much work to serve our students. And I always like to sort of say, you know, to any new staff members, but thank God I haven't had to hire anyone recently for the past couple of years. So, you know, we are basically building the ship and setting it to sail. So So everything that you look at, the 3 of us, we're the ones that work on it. And so that means our website, that means our communication that goes out to them via email, anything that, you know, of course, we don't send out anything, you know, regular mail anymore, but email, communications, announcements, our internal portal as well. All of that is with that sort of same idea that Jennifer brought up, and I think May also brought up, that it's about long-term relationships. So I always just try to remind our staff that we're here to serve them, and that it's not just for the 3 years or 4 years that they're going to be attending the law school. It's also sort of to help develop and help them build that Fordham feeling, and for them to think of us as an office that they can come to, because we're an office that gave them the right information. Like Charles, we like to say yes as often as possible. We express that to them during orientation, if they call our office. And I think just by the demeanor of our office too, just to let them know that, you know, we're their friends, we're their allies, we're there to support them. We help them with any issues that they have with the Office of Student Accounts, Student Affairs, the Registrar's Office. We are often that office that basically helps navigate all of the different student services offices that they come across, because that's basically one of the wonderful things about working in financial aid, is that you do get to touch a little bit of everything, and you know, and having a good attitude with your students and with your staff is lends itself to everything else and the service that you're providing to your students.
All right, so let's move to the next one. We know this last year has been chock full of challenges, right? And we've had that word pivot and resilience. It's all around, right? Pivot, pivot, pivot. We're going to be resilient. So I'm going to kick this over to Charles to kick us off to start this conversation. What are the financial challenges that are currently trending with your students?
I think the single largest challenge is sort of uniform across the board of both current students and graduating students and recent grads. It's information and the lack of it and exactly what's happening. So as we are looking out for our graduating students, you know, how is repayment going to start for those that graduated last year? That's a big mystery. And of course, as people in the field, we are very concerned about how it will go. All in all, just a lack of information. I find that it's, for our students, the biggest stressor is actually not knowing for sure, or operating off from some preconceived notion based on what they've heard someone else say or what they found online. So, you know, the stressor about, okay, well, I'm going to start making payments and all of a sudden I'm going to have a big payment. Well, yes, it's income-driven repayment typically, and you know that it's going to be referring back to last year's income. And like, no, yes, that's what's going to happen. And then you can see the stress drain. And I think that's the single biggest challenge, is trying to maintain that open line of communication with your student population, so you have the ability to ferret out the non-real problems and get them resolved quickly with a large group of students, so you can actually focus on the individual problems. And we have had current students and alumni that have had serious financial impacts due to COVID. And one of the ways that we've handled our resources that we received for the COVID relief was to focus them like a laser on the students with the actually demonstrated COVID expenses. And so, we haven't done blanket disbursements yet. We're going to be doing blanket disbursements since we have helped everyone that we could target. But yeah, I think the biggest challenge right now is just information. And again, that stretches across the board. And that's one of the biggest challenges for people like us who have to work with our students and tell them, yes, it is possible for you to graduate and buy a house. It is possible for you to have a family. All the things that you hear about in the media that you're told that you cannot do, you actually can do and succeed. And so that's, I think, our single biggest and current trending challenge.
How about over to you, Jennifer, next?
Oh, as usual, I concur with Charles, and I'm always glad when he goes first because I can say me too. But I would just add to that. I think it's not a direct financial challenge, but I think it's adjacent to that. Is the students are, like many of us, tired. They're tired and they're distracted, and they're feeling really overwhelmed from this year of Zoom and COVID. And so one of the challenges with communicating what we know to be this critical financial information to them is getting them to focus on that. They're totally looking in every direction except where we need them to be. And I keep having students say, well, I didn't know that, or I thought, and I'm like, okay, well, you didn't, read what we just sent you yesterday. So there's just a lot of difficulty in getting them to focus, and they've created problems for themselves or created problems in their head that don't actually exist. And part of that is just simply because we haven't been able to get them to focus on the resources we've made available to them. So that's been challenging this year. I'm looking forward to being back in person in the fall. Our school plans to be back in person in the fall, and being able to, track them down in the hall and say, hey, let's talk about that email you sent. Because I think that will be a welcome change to what we've been through this past year.
Waiting outside the classroom is definitely a good tactic to connect, isn't it? Or knowing where the coffee is or the snacks and finding them there too. How about you, Ursula?
This is a great question. I think one of the first things that I actually feel that our students, some of their financial challenges were absolutely COVID. Right. And so, yes, we had some of the Emergency Relief Act. Our Alumni Association did a great job of putting an emergency fund together for students to apply directly, which was great. But what I found surprising during this time is the amount of students that sometimes didn't realize are supporting their families. So, and what I mean by that is not necessarily just not their immediate family members. For some, we don't have that many students that are married and have children, but for so many other students who are supporting their parents who lost their jobs, who, unfortunately didn't have any other means, still have, even with all the support that was out there, still had a hard time struggling, and that they found themselves borrowing a little bit more, leveraging themselves a little bit on the Grad Plus loans that they had available to them, where there were students who probably only borrowed for tuition and fees in the prior year, and now they're borrowing to help cover more of their living expenses for themselves and for their family members as well. So I think that's what some of the trend was, obviously, this year because of COVID, but hopefully, that's going to be changing soon. And also for those students who, for example, in New York City, we have so many of our students who, worked part-time, did a little bit of bartending and stuff like that, and then they would come back to us and say to us, can we borrow a little bit more on the living expenses? And it was good to know that we could say, yes to that. You have some room in your budget, but, absolutely be conscientious and know that, there is a max on the amount that you can borrow, and it's our cost of attendance. So be mindful with that. But yeah, I mean, those are definitely some of our very unique challenges that hopefully we won't have too many of those moving forward.
And how about you, Ema?
Yeah, so echoing everyone else on the panel, it was the most common financial challenges for our students was COVID related. Like Ursula, we had students who were taking care of their families, and so they were, or extended families, who were affected by COVID. So So for example, an incoming one last year, their savings that they would have used to pay for their first year of law school was exhausted because of COVID. And so now they're taking on a larger amount of loan debt and that they had initially anticipated. And the challenge for them now is how they can minimize that loan debt. And so we've been counseling, providing financial planning for them as far as what other financing they can do to, as far as scholarships, internally and externally, that they could seek out to help them minimize that loan debt. Another one was food insecurity was another challenge faced by many of our students. Fortunately, the emergency grant funds by the DOE and the generous donations by the institution, we were able to assist our students in that front. And most recently, grades just posted. So we've been having conversations now of some overwhelmed students who are in the cusp of needing that merit-based conditional scholarship regarding their GPAs. And so we're now going through counseling, crisis counseling of like worst case scenarios. What can we do if you lose that merit-based scholarship? Lastly, as the loan administrator of the our LRAP program, this past year has also been taking a lot of time with that population and clarifying, some of the unknowns regarding the loan repayment, what the future is, right? And mostly it's just me clarifying. Yeah, I can clarify that we don't know yet. And so it's just it's a lot of that.
Okay, so I want to just kind of expand a little bit on what you said about the food insecurity. And I certainly had heard from various law schools who were kind of banding together, whether it was their professors or the staff, maybe food pantries. Ima, did your school ramp up extra funds to help students with that, and any other panelists that want to jump in and share? But just kick it back to you, Ima, to find out maybe some tips for what you did for that.
Sure, it was actually the advancement office led that initiative. They reached out to alumni, and our alumni were so generous, and also our staff and faculty banded together and provided funds.
Jennifer, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I was just going to mention our kudos to our student affairs folks. They starting last fall started farm stand Fridays. And so we actually cooperated with a couple of local farmers who would have been at, farm markets on Saturday mornings and contracted with them to sort of buy out their supply and brought their trucks in here on Fridays, and students could sign up with appointment time so that it was COVID appropriate to then go in and make selections from the farm stand. And I think in some cases, in the early days of COVID especially, they prepackaged the bags of produce that were available. So I thought that was great. We also had, as is always true, a number of babies born this year among law students. And we saw, for some of those families, a little harder time than normal supporting themselves, and family support wasn't as readily available as it might have been otherwise. And so I saw faculty and staff come together to give gift cards and that kind of thing to those students. So, there was a lot of good cooperation that was not only of material aid, but an encouragement to people, which I thought was great.
So is the Farm Stand Friday going to be something you carry with you?
Gosh, I hope so. The Dean of Students will be making that call, but I thought it was a great idea, and it was very popular with the students. They sold out every single week that the program existed.
There are some amazing things that have come out of this. Anybody else want to jump in?
Yeah, at Fordham, we sent out an email. To students, letting them know that they may be eligible for the students who were 0 EFCs, may be eligible for food stamps. So that was definitely something that was an initiative that we took out of our office, and we sent out an email to say to everyone, this is the link, this is where you can apply for it. So I unfortunately, I don't have any information to share as to how many of them actually got approved for it, but we were cognizant of the fact that, this was food insecurity could be an issue, or students who aren't able to work as they did before to have that stream of income to help them with some of their finances. And so we sent out that email.
And any panelists want to unpack that grade issue a little bit? And like Ema was explaining that there's, looking at various ways to help students keep their scholarships and other resources. Anybody want to jump in there and address what you're doing at your school, if anything related to that? All right. Nobody. Okay, that's okay. We don't know yet. Maybe the grades haven't all posted, and we remain to see what we're going to do next. Okay, let's go to the next one. What are the top 3 resources you find yourself prescribing to students, whether it's publications, websites, other people resources inside or outside of your organization, programs, services, and we'll kick it off with you, Jennifer, for this one.
Sure. So, yeah, we don't have grades yet. So not to leave you hanging on that last question, but we have just gotten grades in. So, so I'm going to cheat on this question. I have 4 that I have to mention because it's sort of part of the whole program. Not just because you guys are hosting today, but because we found it to be an incredibly valuable resource. Max by AccessLex has just been invaluable to us. We started as required, quote unquote, required sessions for our incoming students, also with the additional carrot of offering prizes to students who complete the most modules prior to starting law school. And we have been encouraging that all the way through all of our classes. And so we love those resources. Kudos to you guys. They're super high quality. We've also had several students come back to us and say that they're taking advantage of the coaching services that you all offer. So that's been a fabulous, very high quality resource. I mentioned earlier, one of the things that we focus on very strongly in my office is counseling. And so we find that students need to understand what their net income looks like, what their student loan payment looks like, and then those things need to come together as they put together a budget. And so we use paycheckcity.com to help students come up with net pay, both for summer work and for their after graduation jobs. We use studentaid.gov very heavily for helping them estimate their student loan payments. And then we recommend an assortment of budgeting apps, but two of the ones that we like the best are, so see, I actually snuck in like 5 here. I'm just cheating all over the place, is You Need a Budget. YouNeedABudget.com. We love that piece of, it's an app and software. And also a lot of our students really like Mint. But we find that having those elements, understanding your income, understanding your biggest outgoes, which are going to be rent and going to be your student loan payment for many of our students, are then foundations for helping create that larger budget. And we want every student to leave our school with at least a straw man in place of what their budget looks like post-graduation. And so we try to start that education when they walk in the door and then carry that all the way through post-exit. So those are our top 3+ tools.
I think we all need lots of things in our toolboxes. So thank you for sharing all those resources. We'll kick it over to you, Ursula, to go next.
Hi. The first, I have to admit, as far as resources that we say to students is one of our go-to is us. We say to them, come to us first. When you have any kind of questions, come to our office first. Don't Google it. Ask us first. We promise you we'll pick up the phone. We promise we'll answer your email and we'll direct you to exactly where you need to be. And so with that, I would probably say that we probably prescribe to students often our own resources page, so our intranet, where we, have the list of and things and orders and step-by-step processes for them to do things. Because one of the challenges in our office is, like, everyone else who runs a financial aid office as well, is just sort of trying to, at the very same time, you want to provide them with all of this knowledge, but then you also sort of want to bring them in, hone them in, and let them know these are the things that you need to focus on first. Let's start off with A before you run off to Z. So let's first make sure that you have all of this information and you know this first, and then we can start talking about those other things. So, I mean, the timing of when you send out that information and you prescribe the websites and publications to students is also very important. So with that said, I would probably say that our second, because of just practicality reasons, we send a lot of our students to studentloans.gov. And then just as and Access. I mean, I'm here today because I love Access, and they've done such a great job with making sure that our students have all of the literacy that's important to them when it comes to being a law school student, while they're law school students and also when they're alumni. So absolutely, we also, we find their website very, very, very valuable. And try to get as many students registered as possible. So every conversation we have, we say, if we're not available to you from 9 to 5, these are the folks that are available to you at all hours. I know you have limited hours, but that's how I promote you. So, and so you can call them when I'm putting my girls to sleep. So.
Thank you. Now, how about you, Ema? I hope your internet's working over there in the Bay Area. Are you cutting in and out? But we'd love to hear from you, your top 3 resources.
Yes, yeah, it looks like it's working now. So I'm gonna try to answer this question, because this is one of the important questions I want to make sure I get out. Because one of the most common questions we get from our students is, particular incoming 1Ls, is how to get more scholarships or grants to lower, their loan debt burden. So all of us have a standard script in which we provide information about our Honor Society scholarships, our endowed scholarships that they can apply for, their 2L and 3L years. And then lastly, we advise them to also take time to search for external scholarships. And for the past few years, I would refer students to Hastings' own external scholarship database that we maintained. But since the launch of AccessLex's scholarship databank, we quickly switched out of our own, and we linked all our students to AccessLex's databank, which, if you have not checked that out yet, highly recommend you check it out. It's a lot more user-friendly, and it's such a searchable databank. We've gotten students about it. So that's been my number one. And the other 2 resources are, not surprisingly, also AccessLex. Because we recently launched Max by AccessLex here. So our students have been looking proactively for loan strategies and wanting to get more information about loan repayment in the future. So I've been promoting Max by AccessLex for their webinars and their workshops, and also the one-on-one coaching with the accredited financial counselor to go more in depth with their personal finance questions that they may have.
Thanks so much, Ema, and I think I heard it. I think even if the internet's cutting out a little bit, we've heard all of that, so thank you. All right, so over to you, Charles, your top 3 that you prescribe.
Well, unfortunately, I can probably limit it to 3 since all my colleagues covered a lot of the ones that I already enjoy. I want to just back up the Paycheck City one. It's one we've used for decades, and it goes with my first set of recommendations. It's reset items. So things that will allow a student to put their situation in real context instead of Facebook context. So everyone thinks that their income is out of line with society or the realities, or assets. I don't, where I fit in relation to my peers and other folks. And so one of the good resources I really like is a website that's called Don't Quit Your Day Job, and it's DQYDJ, and it's in the list of resources. And it's a frequent go-to for medians for assets and incomes, and you can break it down by age. It's just a wealth of data. And what it does is it really does help our students reset it, that, okay, the thing that they were afraid of, they were so far behind everyone else, they actually like, no, when we look at your data, you're way up in this percentile. And like, oh, that's great. So then they feel better about it, right? Our law students are naturally competitive. And if you can help help them understand they are not in a losing position, or if they are not above the median, that, you know, what it would take, and it's not much for our young students nowadays to actually move well above median assets and resources. So it's a great tool to focus their own inner talents. Then in terms of financial planners that I've long, used as a resource, one is Rick Edelman, and frequently, if you watch public television, he's on frequently when they're doing one of their begging campaigns. He has what I consider just really strong advice that dovetails nicely with what a lot of our young professional students are going to be doing. So I've long used him as a reference. And then the last thing, and I actually think it's the most important resource, and it's one that frequently the students themselves never go to, it's actually the student themselves. One of the challenges that I've found for years is that the students will come in with stress about what's happening now. And you don't make your financial plans based on what's happening now. You make your financial plans based upon what you hope to have in the future. And so my first reset question with students, regardless of where they are, if they're incoming, continuing, or graduating students, is where do you imagine yourself location-wise, professionally, and family-wise within the next 3 to 5 years, or 3 to 5 years after graduation? Because if you can get them to lift their eyes from the current issue and say, okay, this is where I want to go, then you can help guide them along with the resources that they need to get to that point. But as many times, we're humans. We'll focus on the immediate problem, not realizing that by focusing on that, we're missing the long-term win. So I really love to go to the student themselves as the resource, because then they can start finding what they really need.
That's fantastic. All right, so moving to the next one, and we're going to kick it off with Ursula this time. Does your office offer one-on-one counseling for all students at your law school?
We offer to all students who ask, right? But we actually do have a marketing campaign we put together. So, we are at Fordham, I would probably say only 60% of our class actually borrows. So we're able, out of that 60%, to then sort of run a report and see who our borrowers are, our students are with the highest debt. And so from that, then we sort of kind of invite those students based on the capacity in our office. So Allison and I are the ones that do all of the one-on-one sessions. And for the last couple of years, we've been asking Access to actually help us with that. And so Derek has come in. We've had Casey come in as well and help us with the one-on-one counseling. So then we also, of course, invite our public interest students for the one-on-one counseling, because those are students as well who have very unique circumstances. So we invite about 100 or so, with the ones that have the highest debt, and also our PERC students. Invite them. I would probably say between Allison and I, on a good year, we probably meet with at least 80 students or so, 85 students, one-on-one during this very dedicated time. So it's, it doesn't seem like a lot, but we're sort of seeing for a half an hour dedicated counseling session, about 80 to 85 students over a 2-week period. So it's pretty much Alice and I and whoever we're lucky enough to have from Access to assist us with that. But that's only been happening for the last 2 or 3 years or so. Before that, it was just Allison and I. So with that said, I mean, I think, of course, then students talk about it. They say, hey, did you get an invitation from the financial aid office? And even though we may not have invited them, we're always sort of happy to schedule something with them. This year, we did put it off because of COVID. But we're going to have a session with them probably starting in September. We thought it made a little bit more sense to have it closer to when repayment will begin, just because of the fact that we are not in our offices. We really haven't had a chance to, to promote that as we would have liked. So we're going to just start gearing up and doing that come September, October.
Thank you. And Ema, does your office offer one-on-one counseling for all students? Oh, she might have just lost us. So let's go over to you, Charles.
Yeah, one-on-one counseling is sort of my favorite thing because it's one of the weaknesses of Zoom is you can see them, but you can't actually experience their reactions in the same way. Right. But it's better than phone, but yes, one-on-one is definitely key. However, you can't do it for everyone. There's going to be far too many students. And in fact, it's not the optimal choice for many people. My actual favorite is small groups and small groups that form themselves. So we encourage our students to find friends that are in similar situations or affinity group, a la carte sessions, because those sessions, they feed each other. And when you're working in one-on-one, you may have you thought that you answered all their questions, but they didn't even know they had one until someone else would ask it. So my favorite is small self-forming groups and with a very close follow-up of one-on-ones. And so that's what we try to focus on to start.
That's a great buddy system. I love that. And you're right. They don't know what they want to ask, right? They don't know what they don't know. And then that synergy definitely plays a role. I love that idea. And how about you, Jennifer?
Passionate about this question. So thank you for asking. My office has been described, along with our career services office, as being aggressively helpful, and I am super good with that designation. So
I like that.
I think the students are hungry for the time, and a lot of them are embarrassed because they're embarrassed about what they don't know. They feel like they should know this stuff. They're really smart. They're going to be in this incredible profession, and they're really embarrassed to say, I don't know what a 401k is, or I don't, I don't know how payroll taxes work, right? Because they seem like things they should know and they don't. So we love the one-on-one counseling. We offer it to absolutely everyone that asks, and don't think there aren't days when I'm like, what did I do? Because, when I'm 7 or 8 students in on a day, yeah, I'm exhausted, but, it's something that we feel very, very passionately about, and it's something that everyone in my office is committed to. So the associate director here in the office and myself are both accredited financial counselors. So we will talk to students about lots of things besides just financial aid. We will talk to students who don't have student loans or other types of aid to help them with just budgeting, to help them with planning for buying a home or starting a family. We always invite students, if they're partnered, that they can bring their partner. In the spring, we offer Real World Finance Series, which are a series of small group sessions where we talk to them about things like home buying and personal saving and investing and other topics that are of interest. We also actively seek out incoming students that we have identified as being high debt coming in the door. Because if somebody's coming into law school and already has, $100,000 from undergrad or undergrad in a master's program, that's a tough burden to carry if you're then also borrowing for law school. So we actively seek out those students for counseling. We also, because of our LRAP program, give special attention to students interested in public service. We counsel them from perspective all the way through alumni. And I mentioned earlier that we offer lifetime counseling services to all UVA Law alums. So this is a big area of focus for my office. It's something we're really passionate about. And candidly, it's why we've been able to persuade our dean's office to give us an additional position, is so that we can continue to offer and expand those counseling services.
I feel that passion coming out of you. And man, those students, they love those one-on-one sessions when they get the help they need. And I'm always hearing lately, just tell me what I need to do in the next month. Like, just give me a list of what is it that I need to do right now, and kind of eliminating the noise, which is a nod to what some of you have already said as far as some of the challenges and navigating that. Okay, so let's go to the next one. How do you determine whether you will offer, if you're going to offer or create resources in-house versus outsourcing? And Charles, I'll start with you.
Thank you. When we started, there really wasn't anything designed for these students, so we had to create everything from the starting point. And what that did is it sort of kept us almost like a little island where we would just make adjustments to our our materials that we would provide to students and our presentations based on what they're needing at the moment. And so that's where we started, and we are always looking for other good resources out there. But that's the bulk of and we've been fortunate that our deans going way back have just said, do it. And if you want to do it, do it. We're not going to get in your way. And so we were able to run with it. But the challenge with our students, and even just giving good repayment advice, and why we still hold on to that as something that we do internally and really focus on individual students, is that everyone's situation is different. It goes back to the 3 to 5 year question. That's really the most important question when it comes even to repayments. And so, and online, that doesn't handle that. So again, in some ways I regret that we're an island. In some ways I'm very pleased about it, because when a student, whether they're incoming or graduating or even alums, when they ask a question, say, well, I want to do this. I'm like, well, here's something that another alum did, and very similar. And because we have this really high touch, and again, as others have mentioned, lifetime service, that is something to consider. So that's how we look at it at Georgetown.
How about you, Emma?
Hi, all. Hopefully my internet's going to cut me off this time. So again, as a small team, the question on how do we determine whether we offer create or offer resources in-house versus outsourcing? As a small team, the question is, do we have the bandwidth, the staff time, the financial resources to either create a program in-house or create resources in-house? And if we just buckle down and say, if we really cannot, but we really think that it's needed for our students, then we will look and we will analyze and say, what can we leverage then who can we leverage then as a resource to help us meet our objective for our students? And so that's really how we determine if we will create in-house or versus outsource. Do we have the bandwidth? If not, then let's see who we can leverage.
All right, thank you. And the internet worked, so that's good. Glad to have you back. All right, Jennifer, what about you? What is your office? How do you determine whether you'll offer or create resources in-house versus outsourced?
Yeah, so one is, do they cost any money? So, candidly, that's an important question for us. I would also just note that this question is the reason I find sessions like this so incredibly valuable. I mentioned earlier, this is my 30th year in financial aid, but this was the first time I'd ever worked in the law school environment. And I remember going to my very first AccessLex conference after I had taken this job, and I sat through one of Charles's presentations, and I started frantically taking notes. And then I basically stole everything he had in his slides and everything he said to do, and I came home and started implementing that stuff, right? I freely admit that. I don't think it's the first time he's heard that. And so, things like this are really important, because I started out with no budget for all these counseling services that I'm so excited about and all the things we do. I had no budget for that. And so I had to start by being able to offer a suite of services that hadn't existed before without any extra money, and then justify to my dean's office why we should have a budget for that kind of thing. So I was looking for every free thing that was available that was of quality. I also felt really possessive about my students. I didn't want them getting bad advice, and so I needed to make sure that anybody I was entrusting them to was a reliable resource. So those are some of the things that I think through. But I think AccessLex webinars like this, I think taking advantage of the NASFA Graduate and Professional Series, I think any of the FSA conference in December that's free, I think taking advantage of those to the extent that they provide graduate financial professional student information is really invaluable for helping to answer this question.
And it looks like you're not the only one in attendance today that likes to steal Charles's ideas. Somebody said down in the commented that that's their favorite hobby. So Charles, that's up to you. Oh, that's right. All right, Ursula, how about you?
I also steal from Charles. Full confession. But I was thinking this through, and I think like Jennifer said, I mean, the first thing is whether or not we have the budget for it. So most of the time, the answer to that is no. So then we sort of, then the second, plan B is, well, we're going to have to just create the resource ourselves and duplicate it. And then, you reach out to your colleagues and find out who's doing it better, and see if there are any suggestions there. The other thing I think about too, as far as, outsourcing resources, and I wasn't necessarily thinking so much about students per se, but about our staff. And so how important it is for the staff in our office to, make sure that they have up-to-date information. So when I think about outsourcing, I think about outsourcing training often. And so any opportunity that they have to attend a workshop, to grow on something that they want to learn more about, whether it's our LRAP, student loan repayment, these are all, I try to make sure that they have access to that and that they make the time to be able to get the information they need to better serve our students. So that is absolutely one that's hands down outsourcing. And one of the things about being in higher ed is that we definitely don't have a need for that, right? There's so much of it, whether it's the FSA conference, these small workshops that are being put together now by Access, with specific servicers as well. I mean, if you need the information, it's definitely out there, and you don't have to train your own staff. So that's one of the ways that I think about sort of managing more time in our office and freeing up so we have more time to serve our students and serve them better.
So speaking of serving students and serving them better, there's a question that came in. So let me read it, and then let's see. It's a question for you guys, all you panelists. Does your office or school send out regular, perhaps yearly, student debt letters, notices that alert them how much they've borrowed? And if so, what info do you include? Have you found them to be helpful to getting students in the door for counseling or helpful in other ways? That's a great question that came in, since we're talking about some of these awesome counseling resources. Ursula, do you want to kick that one off, since I see you on the camera right now sipping some water?
Yeah. That's a great question. That's always something that's been on my to-do list. I wish I guess I need to send more, try to think about more outsourcing, because it's absolutely something that I would love to do in our office. I think it's a great idea. And if anyone has if anyone from our panel has a copy of your letter, Charles, you can send it to me. So, and then maybe we can start implementing that in our office. But
yeah, Charles,
no, we don't really have it.
Well, the thing is, here I don't actually have a resource. I like the concept. I actually think that informing students is healthy. But a few years back, I was on a panel, and one of the subsequent presentations was some research, some heavy-duty research that was being done double-blind regarding the effect of debt letters, not looking at borrowing, but looking at the consequences on the students. And I haven't seen a final published result, but the initial and very significant response was that it actually created a risk of knocking students out of your school because of the stress associated with it. And so the most at-risk students were disproportionately being scared away. And so my position on it was that we would deal with the counseling not with something cold like a letter, but with something soft like one of our humans. And that we always will try to open the door regarding borrowing. And quite frankly, one of our other borrowing concern is that, especially amongst our first generation students, is that there's such a high aversion to borrowing that there's a risk that they underborrow and under-resource themselves for very important things like food or even medication. So my position on our team right now is that we're waiting for better details, not of the numerical change of the students borrowing, but actually of the impacts on the borrowers themselves and whether or not they continue. Because if a student drops out, they're in a worse position financially. They haven't completed. They're the highest default risks in the country, non-completers. So that's why we've sort of held back. We love the idea. I want to see more definitive data on outcomes first.
Jennifer, anything you'd like to share?
We're required by the state to do an annual borrower letter. So ours includes, I'm looking at it on my other screen, total loan, standard repayment term, assumed interest rate, estimated monthly payment, cumulative payment amount, projection of total interest paid, if the student's not in their last year of the program, estimated future borrowing, and how that would impact all those numbers I just mentioned. So it's a fairly comprehensive letter. It does not go out from my office. It goes out centrally from main grounds. As a critical compliance issue for the university. And so I don't get a lot of feedback on it from our students. Because it doesn't go out from our office, they don't generally come back to me with a lot of questions on it. And you know, I share some of Charles's concerns about, you know, whether this has a positive or negative impact. But we are required to send this out annually. I think this is our maybe third year of having to send it out.
Yeah, that was a great question. Okay, so let's move along. I know all of you are in the financial aid world, the financial aid land, and you love it. And sometimes you get asked questions that aren't just about financial aid. And I'm curious, do you just stick with counseling about student aid, or do you counsel beyond that with other life events, such as 529 plans, mortgages, taxes, etc.? And I did let the cat out of the bag a little bit. So I'll start with Charles on this one, since all eyes are on you, Charles, about your approach.
Well, my commitment to our students is simple. I tell them first, I'm not your financial advisor, nor am I your legal counsel, but I will always tell you what I would do in a similar set of circumstances. And whether or not you choose to do that, that's on you. And so that's been an effective way to say, this is what, you know, these are the things I will be thinking about. When you present me with this situation, you're wanting to buy a home and you're moving to a new area, and this is where your job is going to be. You give me the fact pattern, and I'll tell you how I'll navigate the fact pattern and the things that will be important to look at. And one of the most frequent outcomes of the conversation is from the student saying, this is very easy for you. And I said, it's easy for me for one very important reason. It's not my problem, right? You have the emotional attachment to all these issues. I can navigate based on just facts, but I'm not tied down based on your individual perceptions of the way your life is. So if you can now identify, and again, this is trying to get them to reset. If you can identify where you're responding based on fact, and where you're responding based upon your own emotions, it helps them navigate. It's like, okay, I'm detecting my stress, and this is coming from this source, and it's not a fact, and it allows them to make changes and move around. So yes, we'll talk about it, and if I don't have an adequate answer, I'll make sure that they get routed to an appropriate resource. But again, that's the key, is not to tell them what to do, it's to help lay out the guideposts for them, so that they will figure out, okay, these are things I need to be concerned about.
Ursula or Jennifer, either of you want to jump in here and answer this one?
Yeah, we absolutely do this. I mentioned earlier, my associate director and I both are accredited financial counselors. We were very deliberate about wanting to earn that credential and doing the educational work behind that, so that we could be more comprehensive advisors to our students, because their student loan debt is only one part of a much larger picture for them. You know, the other thing that's important for us that we stress a lot is we also need to know our boundaries. And so we like to be sure that we're making appropriate referrals and pointing them towards other resources as necessary, but we absolutely want them to feel free to ask us all of those questions, and to the extent that we are comfortable and competent doing so, we engage with them on those topics.
Okay, so in the interest of time, I think we've addressed a few of these questions that we have next. So we giggled when we were preparing for this event. Charles, you tossed out there and said, everybody's asking, is there an app for that? And we know students love apps, which attendees, we pulled together our favorite resources. We put it into a document, and you're going to find that under that resources tab. Click on that blue with the little white paper clip and download the financial toolkit resources. We have a lot of our favorite apps right there. And I know students are asking you, is there an app for that? And sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't. I know we aren't apps. We can't just download ourselves to help them, but we certainly can meet with them. And I think all the panelists already addressed this about whether they offer group sessions or webinars and their approach to that. Like Charles mentioned, he loves it when students say, you know, let's get a group together so we can have them a little bit of synergy and ask some questions. And but let's pause here. I want quickly, if we can start here with, let's see. Ursula, we'll start with you. What resources do you offer your students to help them determine their student loan repayment strategy?
Well, I mean, along with, if they've sat down with us and they've received our marketing about coming in and signing up and doing our one-on-one session, and we're in front of them, which hopefully looking forward to going back to the office so we can do some of that again with our students, because like Charles said, I mean, it is very different to conduct a telephone loan repayment session versus one that you do over Zoom versus actually being with a student in front of your office. And I'm sure that I'm not the only one in this, that, you know, we meet with students where sometimes we have to say, well, here's some tissue, you know, because one of the things that I like about being in financial aid is that sometimes we are social workers. And so I do get to sort of, you know, use some of my humanity and be compassionate with our students. And so, you know, of course, studentloans.gov is an absolute place that I like them to start because it's it has a lot of sort of their very practical information that they can get to. So that's very important. And also AccessLex. I mean, you know, again, hopefully by now, if we're meeting, I think we've been in the AccessLex program going 30 years. So now they have familiarized themselves. They've set up their accounts. They've done so many of the sessions that are available on AccessLex. And so, you know, we refer to that as well. But I think I don't have much more else to say about this because I think we have discussed it. So that's what I have to say.
All right, I'm going to move to the next one. Jennifer, you mentioned that you have, you and your staff are accredited financial counselors. So I'm going to put this out to you, Jennifer, first. Any other credentials as part of your toolbox to help students that you would recommend?
So we have also, because we are running our own shop, we've also taken advantage of the NASFA credentialing program, which I have found to be high quality, and obviously there's some cost to that. But I've appreciated that good training. We also, because we do and obviously have such a big focus on counseling, we also have worked to maintain and build our resources as counselors. You know, active listening skills and different approaches for different types of students. So I don't have a lot to add beyond that. The AFC, I will say for anybody who's interested in that, it was challenging. I spent, I don't know, the better part of 8 or 9 months going after that. And it was fairly intense for me studying for that. And then also there's a continuing education component to that. But we have found it to be just such an invaluable resource to be able to engage students across other topics. And I really appreciated also plugging some of the holes in my own knowledge base. So I thought that was a great program of study. So if you're going for it, keep going. It's worth it. It's worth the fight.
Definitely. Charles, anything that you would add in your toolbox to share with us regarding this topic?
I think the credentials I have are the ones that basically everyone that is on the call and also attending the call have. It's life. And so you can always leverage your real world experiences and explain that, that's what they are. And students are desperate for that information. They want information available online, but they also want somebody to tell them what they think about it and how they feel about it as well. So everyone on this call is credentialed in a very important way. And so just don't undersell yourself. That's, I think, your strongest resource. Again, just like the students are the strongest resource for themselves, you're your strongest resource for your students.
Absolutely. So Ursula, do you want to add anything to that?
No, I was just applauding. It's absolutely true. Don't undersell yourself.
It's like some of the things that we've learned are just by our mistakes, right? And learning and kind of bumbling along and equipping ourselves with that knowledge over the years and then passing that along to law students. So we've got about 6 minutes left. There's a question that came through, question that I want to pose, and then I want us to wrap up. And I want each panelist to share with us, when it comes to your toolbox and moving forward into the next academic year, what's one thing you're either going to keep in your toolbox or something that you want to add into your toolbox? And so I'll get to that right after we pose this question that came in. Okay, so the size of each office is very helpful to me. So that's the comment. So that's good that you all shared the size of your offices. And this person's interested to know what functions the main campus, for those that have that, does for the law school, like packaging, ICER import, loan processing, and what regular functions of financial aid processing bogs them down. Who'd like to take that first? Anyone?
I'll take it. I mean, on our campus, we do almost everything in-house. The only things that we don't do in-house are the things that require sort of a unified university front, which would be the loan transmission. So we do the loan certifications, all the data with that. But in terms of transmitting it back to COD and forth, that's handled in a unified format for all of our campuses. And we don't have to fill out our own Phys app. And so, but aside from that, we do our own packaging. We have our own algorithms built. So in terms of what bogs us down the most, it's email. Email is probably the worst possible way to communicate about financial aid, because the answer is often maybe. And so when you can solve the question in 5 minutes on the phone, it will take 20 minutes to get a complete email. So that's, I think, our biggest single concern. And I appreciate everyone else's advice on this one too. So
anyone else want to weigh in?
We operate very similar to Georgetown. We're a PeopleSoft school. We're a PeopleSoft school, and so and we have one school code for all the University of Virginia. So our main grounds is responsible for file transfer, but we otherwise do all of our own processing. The other thing I would say is that sometimes bogs us down with processing. There's a lot of this, and it's nitpicky, but things changes with the loan program, changes when administrative fees change on October 1, and credit plus loan credit denials and that kind of thing. Those things are always fussy and hard to get through. So, those are fairly frustrating. But for the most part, the Title IV side's pretty smooth.
So Jennifer, I'm going to stick with you and ask you to share with us one thing that you're going to keep in your toolbox or something you're going to add as we go into next year. We've got 3 minutes left, so we'll keep it brief, but I want to ask each of you. So Jennifer, we'll begin with you.
Yeah, so, we've talked a little bit in different circles about there were some good things that came out of this year, right?
Yeah.
It forced us into some process efficiencies. And so one of the things that I think we'll continue to offer for students who want it is Zoom counseling. Now, we want to return to in-person as much as possible, but some of our students have really liked the Zoom counseling. They've liked the privacy of not coming into the financial aid office. So I think we'll continue that. We also have always had a person in our office who acted as a scheduler to get students on the calendar, and this year we moved to an automated calendaring process. And again, we actually have found that the students love that. And it was a big time saver. So I think we'll hang on to that. So some of those process efficiencies. The other thing I'll add is we moved a couple of our document processes that were still paper oriented. We moved them completely online. So I think those are efficiencies that were gains this year and things that we'll hang on to.
Ursula, how about you?
I think, well, Jennifer, I mean, it's always great to follow you because you give me some great ideas. Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things, absolutely Zoom, one of the things that I want to take into when we go back to the office, like, I think they absolutely love it. I think privacy is definitely an issue for a lot of law students, being able to not have to come into the office, and then also schedule us maybe between where they don't have the time to actually come in. And so we're absolutely going to continue using that. I think one of the things that I'm very happy about is our intranet and our ability to be able to connect with students, just specifically law students. That really works really well in our office. And also this year, an app for that, we moved over our financial aid application for our needs analysis. We're collecting the student and parent data on a form called Qualtrics. So that's worked. It's mobile friendly. A lot of our students used it. We had really great feedback, and we had more students complete the application this year because of it. So Qualtrics, if anyone's interested. And before it was a PDF file. So yes, I'm very happy.
Progress. All right, Charles.
Yes.
What about you? What are you either going to keep or add to your toolbox heading into next year?
Again, this is following very talented colleagues, basically the same, but I'm going to reiterate Zoom, but for a slightly different reason, is because not only can we work with individual students one-on-one, but it allows us to process the group sessions in a time frame where we normally wouldn't. So just this last week, we did a Saturday, ask us anything for prospective students getting ready to apply for their loans. And so it allowed a staff member to give time without having to come in, and it was very popular. And I think that we're just looking for different ways to reach our students. So.
Well, unfortunately, it looks like Emma's internet kicked her out of the panel, so we won't be able to hear her final words. But I just, from the bottom of my heart, you illustrious four, I am so grateful for you for sharing your insights about what's in your toolboxes that you're using to help your law students be successful when it comes to their financial aid and finances holistically. Wish you all the best as we head into the next academic year. And I'm going to turn it back over to our awesome co-hosts of the day, Leandra and Derek.
Wow, yes, and let me just reiterate, thank you all. That was amazing, and I was getting comments in the Ask a Question panel throughout from folks in attendance just saying how amazing the resources were that you all were sharing. So thank you so much. And again, the handout for that session is in the resources button at the bottom of your screen, the paperclip. And it's a really robust, comprehensive list of links that our panel contributed to, and also our accredited financial counselors here on staff. I think you'll find that's a very comprehensive and useful list of resources. So thank you all again. We're going to take a break. It's time for our first break. So in this break, we're going to offer you some yoga with our very own Lissa Thaden, Vice President of Helix Bar Review Engagement. We're going to put the Zoom link to that yoga session on the next screen. I'm going to spend a couple minutes recentering, recapturing your Zen before we move on. And you'll also still have a few minutes to freshen up with your glass of water, get a cup of coffee, grab a quick bite to eat before we come back here in 15 minutes. So with that, you can go ahead and click that link right on the screen for yoga. We'll also put it in the Ask a Question panel. And we'll see you all back here at 1:45 Eastern. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy your break.
Well, welcome back. Welcome back. Hopefully you feel relaxed, at peace, at ease from our break and the yoga session with our dear friend and colleague, Lissa Thaden. And so now it is time to move on and transition to our next session. We're going to be getting an update from Washington about what's happening with higher education. And so I have my colleagues here, Ashley Norwood-Strupa, who will be talking about the session and introducing our speaker. Okay, and I see some people getting signed in. Okay, so it looks like we're having some tech issues with Ashley. So with that, I am looking for Nancy. Oh, there she goes.
Great to see
there
you.
She goes. Good to see you as well. And there is Ashley. There we go. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ashley to get us started.
Hi. Thanks for your patience, everyone. How is everybody doing today? I'm glad that you could all join us, and I am thrilled to be introducing Nancy Neely. She is, there we go. So she is our Managing Director of Policy at AccessLex, and she's responsible for advancing AccessLex's policy goals that further access, affordability, and the value of legal education. She engages with congressional staff, generates policy analysis, she develops policy positions, oversees the organization's #Make the Case advocacy program, which many of you probably recognize. Prior to joining AccessLex, Nancy worked on federal K-12 and higher education policy for nonprofit organizations, the U.S. Department of Education, and the U.S. Senate. She is a wonderful speaker and is so knowledgeable about higher education policy, specifically when it comes to legal education. And so I will toss it over to Nancy.
Well, thank you for that very kind introduction, Ashley. So yeah, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us. As Ashley said, I'm going to talk about what's happening in Washington. A lot has happened in the last year, even in the absence of HEA reauthorization. So I want to we're going to go through the agenda. I want to touch on what happened in the last 15 or so months in the context of COVID for higher education, what types of proposals we're seeing from the Biden administration, and what are some of the issues they're going to need to tackle in the short term. We'll talk about what Congress has on its plate for the remainder of this year. And then I want to talk about AccessLex's priorities, some of the things that we've been advocating for the last several years. And then finally, we'll wrap it up with some advocacy opportunities for all of you. So as I've said, we've seen a lot happen in the higher ed space through COVID legislation as well as executive action. And the two biggest things that we have seen is the creation of the Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund. All told, over the course of the CARES Act, the American Rescue Plan Act, and some other small pieces of legislation, we've seen about $77 billion allocated in this fund that can be used by schools as well as for emergency grants for students. And then, of course, the other big thing that we have seen is the pause on student loan payments. So this began last March under the Trump administration, and it has been extended a number of times. Right now, it is set to expire on September 30th. We're going to talk a little bit later about some of the issues surrounding that and what might happen there. Will they extend it? Won't they? But just to sort of set the stage here, this covers some federal loans, but not all. So some borrowers are not covered by this. They're still in repayment. It suspends payment. There's no interest accruing. And those folks that are in PSLF or income-driven repayment plans are getting credit towards those programs while their loans are suspended. So that's obviously a positive. Now let's talk about what the Biden administration has put forth in the last several months. So before I dive into the American Families Plan, I want to sort of set the stage here. So the Biden administration has put out what I like to call their trifecta of plans. There was the American Rescue Plan, which was largely COVID focused. This eventually became law earlier this year. Congress used their reconciliation process to pass that. Then you have the American Jobs Plan. This is what, when you hear, people in the media talking about the infrastructure plan, that's the American Jobs Plan. And that's the one that the Biden administration and Congress are negotiating right now. And their goal or their intention is to do these successively. So they want to move the American Jobs Plan or infrastructure through, and then they would turn to the American Families. I'm gonna sort of dive a little bit deeper on this one because this is the one that includes higher education elements, as well as some other things that we care about. So first and foremost, this plan would provide 2 years of free community college. It would increase the maximum Pell Grant award by $1,400, and it would provide 2 years of subsidized tuition for students from families that make under $125,000 who are attending HBCUs, minority serving institutions, and tribal colleges and universities. The other piece of the American Families Plan is related to childcare. So this plan would provide a subsidy for low and middle income families so that they would not have to pay more than 7% of their income in childcare costs. It would also provide for universal pre-K. Now, we don't usually talk about things outside of the higher ed space, but this is an issue that we've actually weighed in on previously and also supported this year. So about 2 years ago, the chairman of the House Education Committee, Bobby Scott, and the then ranking member, now chairwoman of the Senate Education Committee, Patty Murray, introduced the Child Care for Working Families Act. It had the same elements that I just spoke about in the American Families Plan. And AccessLex supported this bill because we recognize that there are a number of graduate students, law students as well, who are parents. And many of these students can't work because they're in school full time, they're devoting their time to their studies, but they have children who, need childcare because their parent is at school. And so, we understand that these are parents who don't have an income that would be able to provide for high quality childcare. And so we've supported that last Congress. We supported that bill again this Congress, and we were supportive of it in the American Families Plan as well. So, it's just another way in which other pieces of policy touch on students and on higher education. So we're always trying to think sort of more broadly about how we can support students. So next I want to talk about some of the administration's other higher education priorities. And these are what they are calling their top 5 priorities. Earlier this year, a couple of the Biden administration officials were at a community college conference, and they were asked about their top 5 higher ed priorities. And these are the 5 that they talked about. Free community college, which you'll recall I just talked about in the American Families Plan, and you'll see it come up again in the budget conversation. Support for short-term training programs. So these are programs below the associate degree level. Ultimately, the Biden administration wants to double the Pell Grant. So again, we saw a piece of that in the American Families Plan, and we'll see another piece of it in the budget. They also want to make changes to the income-driven repayment plans. So there is widespread, broad, bipartisan support for simplifying income-driven repayment plans. Everybody can agree that there's too many of them, it's too complicated, it's confusing. So everyone agrees that something needs to happen. And many stakeholders believe that there should just be one plan. So the Biden administration agrees there should be one plan, and under their proposed plan, a borrower would not pay more than 5% of their discretionary income, and they would receive forgiveness after 20 years. And then finally, they want to strengthen regulations relating to for-profit institutions. The Obama administration had put out a number of regulations related to for-profit institutions, so the gainful employment rule, borrower defense to repayment, and the previous administration rolled back some of those regulations to varying degrees. And so now the Biden administration has come in and said, we want to re-strengthen those. And that just gives you a sense of how under different administrations, you can see the regulatory landscape shift back and forth. And oftentimes that happens more quickly than the legislative landscape. agencies just have a little bit more leeway to move things more quickly. And so then finally, in terms of some of the proposals we've seen from the Biden administration, the most recent one is their fiscal year 22 budget request. As I said, there is another piece to this Pell Grant proposal. So ultimately, the Biden administration wants to double the Pell Grant maximum award. So in the American Families Plan, they want to see a $1,400 increase. And in their budget, they want to see a $400 increase. And so they said that those would be sort of put together. So in total, this year, they'd like to see $1,800 increase, with their ultimate goal of doubling it over the next several years. Then they also want to provide institutional aid for HBCUs, MSIs, and community colleges. Now, this is different from what's in the American Families Plan. That was more tuition and student-based. That was free community college. That was a tuition subsidy. This is institutional money for those sectors. So again, you can see where this administration's priorities lie. Again, we see the same child care subsidy in the budget as we saw in the American Families Plan. And then something we're very interested in is this request for an additional $25 million for the temporary expanded PSLF program. So for those of you that aren't familiar with TEPSLF, this would provide PSLF funding for borrowers who are otherwise eligible for PSLF, except that they're in the wrong repayment plan. So it would extend it to those that are in the graduated repayment plan or the extended repayment plan. And then finally, and I think most interestingly, is that the budget did not include any specific request or proposal for PSLF or IDR. But there was language throughout the budget that said, we want to work with Congress through the reauthorization of the Higher Education Act to strengthen these programs. Typically you will see a president or an administration put their very specific requests or proposals around these programs in their budget, but the Biden administration chose not to. So then a topic I want to sort of spend a little bit of time on is student debt cancellation. This seems to be sort of the hot topic in higher ed policy. It's something that's, sort of bled into the mainstream. This first really, I think, caught the attention of mainstream media and people outside the higher ed space in the 2016 election. We saw this really become a campaign issue. It was sort of reinvigorated in the 2020 campaign as well. And now there is a real push in Congress on the Democratic side of the aisle to get this done. So President Biden, as a candidate, said that he supported $10,000 in forgiveness per borrower, and that he would sign any bill that Congress put in front of him. So in other words, he believes that this can only be done through legislation. After he was sworn in, some Democrats in the Senate have been pushing him really hard to do it through his executive authority, but also to forgive $50,000 in student debt per borrower. Now, the president has said repeatedly, I do not think I have the authority to do this. I think only Congress can forgive student debt or cancel student debt. And he has also said very explicitly, I'm not going to cancel $50,000 in debt. So you may have seen he was at a CNN town hall in February, and this issue was raised. And not only did he say, I don't think I can do it, and I'm not going to forgive $50,000 in debt, he said, and I don't think people from elite institutions should get forgiveness. Now, this may have been an off-the-cuff remark, or this may be something that he really wants to put parameters around. He may really want to restrict this to people only from public schools, or maybe from some private schools but not others. It's unclear. But what it makes me think about is, what other restrictions would he put around student debt cancellation if he did in fact have executive authority to do it? And of course, the first thing I think about is, would this only be limited to undergraduate students, or would graduate students or graduate borrowers also have some of their debt canceled? So that is something that we want to keep a very close eye on, to see if there would be parity between undergraduate and graduate borrowers. Because historically what we have seen is that benefits for graduate students tend to get cut in an effort to reduce cost. And we've seen that time and time again. So the president, again, even though he has said he doesn't believe he has authority, he has asked his Department of Justice and Department of Education to analyze this issue, do a legal analysis, bring me a memo that tells me whether or not I can do it. And so we're still waiting for the memo. We have heard that their goal is to get it out this month. However, as all things in Washington, you don't hold your breath. It would be a pleasant surprise if we saw it in June, but I wouldn't be surprised if it got pushed a little bit later than that. So that's a very sort of TBD, we'll see what happens type of issue. But that's where we are. There's this real push and pull between Congress and the administration on this issue. So we'll see if it gets done. And then the other issue before I move on to Congress that I really want to spend a little bit of time on is the student loan payment pause. So as you know, it expires at the end of September, but it has been extended several times. And so the open question now is, will it be extended again? So Secretary of Education Cardona was asked about this a couple of weeks ago at an event, and he said, right now we are aiming for September 30th, but nothing is off the table. So it makes it sound like they are working towards that September 30th date to resume payments, but he wants to give himself a little bit of wiggle room in case maybe things don't work out the way he hopes in terms of prepping for this. Because there are very serious concerns about the logistics of this. This, to be blunt, has the potential to go poorly for borrowers. Relatively speaking, turning this off was the easy part. And even with that, we saw some issues with, withholding and garnishments and things like that. But that's nothing compared to turning it back on. By the end of September, the majority of borrowers who are eligible for this pause, and we're talking about 40 million people, will not have been in the habit of repaying for 18 months. Many of them, even if they have the money, even if they never lost their job and they're on, sure financial footing, they probably haven't been including this in their budget. They've probably been taking that money and putting it into savings or spending it on other things. So it's likely not in their budget. They're out of the habit. It could come as a real surprise to them if they're not paying attention. But then you also have borrowers for whom they may not be financially ready for this. They may have lost a job. They may not have the savings. This may not be in their budget because the money's just not there. And so, these are things that the department has to think about. And they have to make sure that the communication that they provide for borrowers is sort of well in advance of whenever this ends. Because remember, just because the payment pause ends doesn't mean people's financial struggles have ended. So there are definitely going to be people who are still struggling. And the other piece of this is that, it's not just the department turning this back on. They're working with loan servicers. And so they have to develop a very concrete and well thought out plan to give to their servicers so that they can implement this. And so what we have heard is that last year when this payment pause went into effect, a lot of servicers downsized because the call volume went way down because the majority of borrowers were not in repayment. And so there was a lot of downsizing, and servicers are going to have to either rehire people or hire new people. And as anyone on this call who has ever hired, it always takes longer than you expect or hope. There's always delays, but it's not just hiring and getting people on board, it's training people. The federal student loan system is not easy. It's complicated. These loan programs are complicated. These repayment programs are complicated. So you have to educate these new staff about the programs to a degree that they can then counsel borrowers who are calling in. And the other piece is that in the last 18 months, some of these borrowers may have moved. They may not have sent their forwarding address to their servicer because I'm not in repayment. I'm not thinking about my loan. I'm not thinking about my servicer. So it may be hard to track some of these folks down. So there's a real potential for some borrowers to fall through the cracks, but also to struggle to make these payments, even if, servicers can contact them. And so again, the department has to make sure that they put together a plan that's well thought out and that they give it to servicers in time to implement it well. And one of the other pieces here is, we have the Secretary of Education in place. We now have the new Chief Operating Officer of the Office of Federal Student Aid, but there are two other key people missing. in this conversation and who may be able to help develop this plan. And the first is the Undersecretary of Education, who is the person tasked at the department to oversee higher ed. There is a nominee, James Cavall. He has been nominated, but he has not been confirmed by the full Senate, or the full Congress, so he's not in place. And then there's the Assistant Secretary for Post-Secondary Education. We don't even have a nominee yet for that. And so it may be the case that the Secretary is waiting till those people are in place to help him develop this plan. But quite frankly, time is running out. We're only about 3.5 months out from the September 30th deadline. So, either they're going to have to put this plan together relatively quickly, or they're going to have to extend it again. So again, this is something that we are watching very, very closely. So now I'm going to talk about what's happening in Congress. As I said, they're working on infrastructure right now, but then after that, they're going to turn to this American Families Plan. And, this is something that we see as a real opportunity to weigh in on regarding higher education. I already talked about some of the elements that are in there, related to community colleges, HBCUs, Pell, but that doesn't mean, just because they're in the president's plan, that there isn't an opportunity to add more things once it goes through Congress. And so we have actually been using this as an opportunity to advocate to eliminate origination fees. We've sent up several letters. We've worked with some other organizations on this. So, we're hoping something like that can get in. But again, just because, you hear about these certain elements in a bill doesn't mean there isn't room to add something else, or at least try. So this is certainly going to be a top priority for Congress. The open question here is, do they do it through the reconciliation process, which would only require 51 votes in the Senate, or do they do it through regular order, which would require 60 votes? And there are pros and cons to both. With reconciliation, you are limited in what you can include. It has to have a budgetary impact, but you only need 51 votes. If you go through regular order, you have a lot more leeway in terms of what you put in the bill. So it could be broader in scope, but you have to bring on board, if you're the Democrats, 10 Republican senators, which might be a heavy lift, as we're seeing in these infrastructure negotiations. And so, we may see them turn to this if infrastructure falls apart, or if infrastructure is passed. So that may be later this year. It may be sometime next year. The timeline is very up in the air on that one, but that will be their next priority. And then, of course, there's the Higher Education Act, which is very overdue for reauthorization. It was due in 2013, so we're going on almost a decade. This, to be perfectly frank, this is a back burner issue for this Congress. They are very focused on the president's priorities with these trifecta of plans. They have to do their spending bills before September 30th as well. So it does not seem likely that we will see an HEA reauthorization this Congress. But what we might see are hearings, maybe sometime next year. We might see some messaging bills. So, for example, in the House, they put out their College Affordability Act last Congress. Democrats still control the House, so it wouldn't be a heavy lift for them to make some changes to that bill and put it out to say, okay, this is where we stand on higher ed. I think the likelihood of something on the Senate side is much smaller because they have not put out a bill in the last several years. So even this action we may not see until 2022. But that provides an opportunity to advocate now and to build relationships now, which I'll talk about a little bit later. But I will just say here, you have to make friends before you need them. You want staffers to know who you are and what your issues are, so that when you do call upon them, you have that pre-existing relationship. So now I want to talk about some of AccessLex's priorities. So these are priorities that we have largely and historically been pushing through the reauthorization of HEA, but, anytime there's a legislative vehicle that includes higher education, we're going to try to get some of these in there. So we tried last Congress or last year in the context of a lot of these COVID bills to push these priorities forward. We'll do it through HEA, we'll do it through the American Families Plan, that we will find opportunities wherever they lie. So our priorities fall into 4 big buckets, and we have about a dozen. I'm not going to read all of them. No one wants to hear me read all of them off the screen. But I will say the first big bucket is to increase affordability. So that's things like lowering interest rates, eliminating origination fees. We do want students to be able to use their federal student loans to pay for bar study costs. which they currently cannot. And that last one is worth mentioning because this is an issue that was brought to our attention last year in the context of the pandemic. AccessLex created this $5 million emergency grant fund that we gave to law schools, who then in turn gave out emergency grants to students. And it was great, but we heard from some schools that they were bumping up against Title IV rules that said, if a student maxes out their cost of attendance, they can't get these grants. There's no room in their sort of budget from an HEA perspective. And so we have been working with Congress to make sure that these types of emergency grants are not included as financial assistance. So in other words, they wouldn't count against the student, because we want students to be able to get this cash in hand when they need it. And the reception was very positive on both sides of the aisle, but it ultimately never made it into any of the COVID bills. But it's something we're going to continue to advocate for, even in the context of HEA, even if we're past this current pandemic and there are always students who have emergencies. The next big bucket is supporting diversity and access. So we want to make sure that any changes made to the federal student loan programs don't hurt access for underrepresented students or low-income students. And so we saw we saw some threats to Grad Plus a few years ago, and so we had some real concerns about what capping Grad Plus might do for low-income students who might not be able to get a loan in the private market. We think graduate students should be able to use their Pell Grants for graduate education. We want to see subsidized loans brought back. And then we want Congress to fully fund the Title III HEA programs, which support HBCUs and other minority-serving institutions. The third big bucket is strengthening repayment. So as I said earlier, there is broad support for simplifying income-driven repayment plans. So we agree this needs to be simplified. There should be one plan moving forward. Borrowers, shouldn't graduate and have 10 different plans to choose from. Let's make it easy on them. We also want, there were also threats to the public service loan forgiveness program, much like Grad Plus, where some members of Congress wanted to cap or eliminate it. We've been working very hard to preserve this program, to keep it at full forgiveness for borrowers. But we've also seen in the last couple of years, there have been real implementation challenges with the program. And so we want to use HEA or any other vehicle as an opportunity to strengthen that program and fix some of the problems with it. And then finally, we think it should be easier for students to discharge their student loans in bankruptcy. Right now, it is possible, but very, very difficult. And then our last big bucket is improving consumer information. So we think that the Department of Education should put out more granular data so that students, schools, and policymakers are equipped with the appropriate data to make decisions. Right now, there are a lot of holes and gaps in our data landscape. We also think that loan counseling should not be one size fits all. It should be tailored to undergraduates versus graduate students, recognizing their unique circumstances. And then lastly, we think that financial aid administrators should have the leeway to require additional loan counseling, which they're not able to do under the direct loan program right now. So I'm going to wrap up with some advocacy opportunities for you. So I hope that the previous sections gave you a really good sense of what's happening on the ground in Washington, where the opportunities lie, what people are talking about in the context of higher education, and that you can use that information to sort of plan out when you can reach out to your members of Congress and weigh in on the topics that you care about. So the first thing, of course, is to stay engaged. This was one webinar, but you want to know what's going on, much more often than just to say once a year, because things are constantly shifting. So AccessLex has an executive policy committee, and this is a group of law and other graduate and professional school administrators, and we convene them roughly once a quarter, sometimes less if things are quiet in the higher ed space, and we convene via conference call. And it's an opportunity for our staff to provide a mini Washington update. We talk about some of your advocacy challenges and successes, and then we really want to hear feedback from you about, what can we do for you? What resources can we create for you? How can we make this helpful for you? The other resource that we have is our Higher Education Policy Roundup. This is a blog post that we put out every Friday that Congress is in session. It's on our website. We also push it out through social media. And so it's just an opportunity to read sort of on a weekly or biweekly basis about what is Congress working on? What is the Department of Education doing? What are some of the big news stories? What are some of the bills that have been put out? It's just another way to get more information. And then, of course, engaging with your members of Congress, contacting them, which I'm going to talk a little bit more about in depth here. So, if I will say off the bat, through our work on the Executive Policy Committee, we have heard from some members that, you can't lobby, right? You can't reach out to your members of Congress. And that's either because you have restrictions in your school. Maybe you're a public institution that has rules against it. Maybe you're part of a larger university and the government relations office wants to be the one voice speaking for the university, which is completely understandable. So if you're in that latter camp, what I would say is make sure you develop a relationship with your Office of Government Relations and bring to their attention the issues that are impacting your students in your school within the university, because they may not even be aware, and they may be able to carry the water for you. And so this is really just about weighing in or reaching out to your members of Congress and their staff well in advance of a bill being drafted, because you want to make friends before you need them. You want them to know who you are, why your school brings value to the district or the state, how your alumni are helping your local community, but also what are the problems that you and your students have encountered, and what are some of the solutions. So if the problem is my students are borrowing, a lot of money and they're worried about repayment, that can't be the end of the conversation. It has to be, and we need you, Congress, to lower interest rates, eliminate origination fees, bring back subsidized loans, kind of do the work for them, because then they will be much more receptive to you and they will greatly appreciate it. But they will that also sort of steers them in the direction you want to go. Because if you identify the problem, they might come up with a different solution that you don't like or that has unintended consequences. So you want to come with both. And then, of course, you want to share the stories of your school and your students and your alumni, but couple that with data to the extent that you can, because the stories bring these issues to life, but the data really supports it in a way that shows that these aren't just anecdotes, these aren't just one-offs. There's real trends behind this, and if you can put those two together, it can be really impactful. And then finally, we have resources on our website that I encourage you to check out and to use. You can go to accesslex.org/advocacy. It's right there on the slide. And we have one-pagers, we have fact sheets, we have issue briefs, and we also have, and there's a link on there to our online advocacy portal. And this is really great because we try to do most of the work for you. We've pre-drafted some emails on a variety of topics. We've also pre-drafted some tweets. And all you have to do is go in, enter your name and your address into this form. And the reason we need your address is so that we can link you to your appropriate senators and member of Congress for your specific district. Because then you go in and you can see the email and you can edit it if you'd like. You can add your stories, add your data, tweak it to sound like your voice. And then you just hit send and it goes directly to the education staffers of your two senators and your representative. And so it couldn't be any quicker or easier. We also do the same thing with tweets if you want to engage on social media with your members of Congress. So, as always, we are here if you have questions or you need help in your own advocacy. We also are open to any ideas you have about resources that you would find helpful. And of course, I encourage you to reach out if you want to join our Executive Policy Committee. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Ashley to see if we have any questions.
Thanks, Nancy, and especially going over all that information. Every time I listen to Nancy, I learn something new because everything does change. When we chatted last week about this presentation, we joked that she'd be finishing it up the day before because that's how fast things change in Washington, right?
That's right, and I did.
Okay, so we do have
change it yesterday.
Of course you did. So we did have a question. So when Biden talks about canceling $10,000 or whatever amount that he's talking about canceling in debt, do we know if that would be taken off the principal, or would the cancellation just go toward the total, which for high debt would likely just go towards interest? Do you have any further information about that?
That is a great question. I don't. They haven't gotten that far in the process. This is really being talked about at just sort of the broadest levels. But that is a really great question and a really great point. So I appreciate whomever raised that.
And another question is, when could we expect this student loan relief, if there is going to be student loan relief coming? Do we have any idea of what the timeline would be?
Again, no. That's just, I sort of often get asked questions about policy in Washington, and usually the answer is, I don't know because they don't know, which is unfortunately the reality. I think the hope from many advocates in this space is that it would happen before the end of the payment pause, because if you cancel, let's say, even $10,000 in debt, that actually would impact a high percentage of borrowers, because there are a lot of borrowers that have less than $10,000 in debt. So it would wipe it out for them. And that would mean when the payments were resumed, you would have that chunk of borrowers that you didn't have to contact, that you didn't have to resume payments for. So I don't know, but the hope is that it could be done in tandem and thinking critically about that resumption of payments to sort of make things easier on everybody. But yeah, we're still waiting.
Thanks. Perfect. Looks like they said thank you. And it looks like that's all. Oh, do you have any suggestions for how we can advise students relying on PSLF programs? Can they rely on them in making their law school plans?
So I will just talk about this from the perspective of policy. The question is getting at, will this program exist? Because there have been calls to cap or eliminate it. And so, you know, I think we're in I'll say a couple of things. I think we're in a different position today than we were a few years ago when there was this big push, because we had a Republican president and we had Republicans controlling the House and Senate. And so they were the ones that wanted to eliminate this program. That has obviously shifted in the opposite direction, and many, many Democrats are supportive of the program. So I'm not so worried about an elimination, but even if that were to happen, Congress is very reticent to make retroactive changes that would harm people. So in this case, borrowers. So, you know, when this was all sort of swirling a few years ago about eliminating the program, you know, it was everybody's sense that it would only be eliminated for new borrowers who had not yet taken out a loan before it was eliminated. So if you had taken out a direct loan and then it was eliminated, you would still have access to the program. You would be grandfathered in. So yeah, I'm not sort of in a position to advise students on decisions like that, but I hope that knowing we have a little bit of a reprieve is helpful, at least from elimination, and that Congress does not want to retroactively harm people, because they do want people to make decisions based on information that they have today. So I hope that's helpful.
One thing I say to people when they ask me that type of question is that you don't want to borrow in the hopes of forgiveness, on the promise of forgiveness. And public service loan forgiveness is a program out there that is in place right now. If changes happen, it's likely going to happen for those who are not borrowers yet. If you're talking to prospective law students, they may already have loans, so they're probably already a borrower. So they'd probably be grandfathered in. I keep saying probably because you know how it is. I just want to really stress that I don't have a crystal ball. But when I talk to prospective students, I just like to say, remember that you don't want to borrow just to borrow because you think it's going to be forgiven, and just weigh what the risk is.
Yeah.
Okay. And perfect. You're very welcome. And it looks like that's all the questions we have. So if you have any other questions, throw them in the chat panel now so we can pose them to Nancy before we move on. Looks like it's all quiet. So Thank you so much, Nancy, for chatting with us today about all of these topics. I know that it was really enlightening, and I know that a lot of people on this call have learned a lot more, and maybe you put them a little bit more at ease with their thoughts on what's going on in Washington right now. And remember, everyone, about the hashtag Make the Case, and that we have the AccessLex advocacy site that you can always use, or if you're talking to a student even who is passionate about any of these topics, send them there and they can craft their communications to their representatives.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you, Ashley, and thank you everyone for joining us.
Perfect.
Thank you both. And it's so, I love when I echo, Ashley, your sentiment that whenever I hear Nancy speak about policy, I learn something new, but also we a lot of the same questions get asked from time to time. I just saw a comment in the Ask a Question panel saying, I ask her the same question every time I see her, probably about public service loan forgiveness at this point. But yes, very encouraging to hear we have a brief reprieve maybe from the threats to that program. And thank you so much for all of that in-depth information. It's always great to get that Washington update from you, Nancy. And thanks for moderating, Ashley. All right, it's time for our next break of the day. And this one's a little bit longer. It's going to be a 30-minute break, actually more, maybe a few minutes longer than 30 minutes. And what we want to do during this break is a student loan calculator activity. So one of our AccessLex resources that I'm sure many of you are aware of is our student loan calculator. If you're not familiar with it, our free calculator allows aspiring law students, current law students, and law school graduates to calculate their estimated monthly loan repayment amount for nearly each of the federal student loan repayment plans out there today. We understand that loan repayment can be incredibly overwhelming and complicated for students, and this tool can help them navigate the process. So during this break, we want to ask you to jump into the calculator to find the answer to today's question to potentially be the winner of our next prize, the Hydro Flask bottle. And remember, the winner gets to choose their own color. So the question for today is, and the winner, by the way, will be the first correct answer that comes in. We'll see on our end. You won't see it on your end, but we'll see it on our end. So the question today for the calculator is, what is the standard monthly payment for a law graduate who borrowed $110,200 at a 5.85% interest rate in direct, unsubsidized loans? And you might be asking yourself, where did that number come from? Well, according to another one of our tools, Explore JD, which is our free online search tool offered to aspiring law students, $110,200 was the average loan debt of the 2020 graduating class, for those curious as to where we got that figure. So as you get started with the activity, here are some quick helpful hints to consider. Once you get into the calculator, which we'll be providing the link to you via the Ask a Question panel, and on the next slide, we'll give you the direct link. But once you're in there, select the Law School Graduates calculator to get started. And then from there, you can really select any law school you want. It won't really impact your answer. Once you find the answer to the question, just pop it in the Ask a Question panel. And again, the lucky winner will be the first person who enters the correct answer. So we're going to we're going to pop over to the direct link on the next slide here, right here. And if you click that to enter the calculator, after a few minutes, I'm going to put the question back up so you can re-reference that question once you have a chance to click on this direct link into our loan calculator. And have fun exploring the calculator, exploring that tool. And the next time we'll reconvene is after a nice break to re-energize. We'll be back here at 3 o'clock Eastern. So with that, I'll leave this up here for about another 30 to 60 seconds, move you back to the question so that you can reference it, and we'll see you back here in about a half an hour. Thanks, everybody.
We are back from the break, and hopefully you got yourself fed or you checked some emails. You got some good productive work done during that 30 minutes. So before we get into announcing the winner of our second break, second activity, just some housekeeping things. Remember to share what you're learning, what you're hearing on social media platforms, whether that be Twitter, Facebook, and be sure to tag us by including the hashtag summer, LEXSUMMER, as you finish out what you're sharing, because we are going to draw a random winner at the end of our time today. And so you'll want to get those tweets out, those posts out, and include that hashtag LexSummer. Another thing, we will be sending out the recording and the slides for all of the sessions today by Friday. So don't fret. We will send you all of these great resources straight to your inbox, and you will get that by the end of this week. Okay, so our question that you needed to answer before going into break or while in break was, what is the standard monthly payment for a law graduate who borrowed $110,200 with a 5.85% interest rate in a direct unsubsidized loan? And the answer is, drum roll, please. I need some drum rolls. $1,218. $1,218. Many of you got those answers in. And the winner for today is the Director of Financial Aid at the University of Detroit Mercy School of Law, Jessica Browser. Yay! Congratulations to Jessica. We will be in touch with you on your prize. Thank you to all of you who have participated with us today and participated in that activity. Okay, so it is time for our next session, Living Through Crisis, Financial Capability Research and Insight. And I have my colleagues on the line with me. They should all be getting ready. And so I will turn it over to Casey Northrup to start the session.
Thank you so much, Leandra. Hello, everyone. I am so excited to be here with you today and to introduce this, what I think is a very exciting session, Living Through Crisis, Financial Capability Research and Insight. Again, I'm Casey Northrup. I am the Regional Director who takes care of our awesome Mid-Atlantic region. I'm not sure if any of you have noticed, but it's been a bit of a rough year or so. So I am very excited to introduce my colleagues, Jackie Carroll and Teresa Pop-Braun, who are going to take you through the latest research, takeaways, and predict some future trends for our law students, and of course, leave you with some recommendations, best practices, and resources that you can leverage during these challenging times. With that, I am very eager to turn you over to my friends, Jackie Carroll and Teresa Pop-Braun.
Thank you, Casey. I'm also excited to be here. Hello, everyone. It's been a great session so far. It's just been wonderful. So I'm Jackie Carroll. I'm the Director of Program Evaluation and also the Regional Director of Central West, okay? Shout out to the team. What I love is knowledge. I believe that knowledge is power. And what was so cool about just participating today is knowing how much knowledge we all individually have. But what's really exciting is when we put that knowledge together. I feel like together we almost know everything. And so now to introduce another person that knows quite a bit, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and friend, Teresa Pop-Braun.
Hi, Jackie. Thank you so much. Hi, Casey, and hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. It was so awesome. It's so awesome to look at the attendee list and see so many familiar names and also to see so many new names. It's very exciting, and we are so happy that you're with us today. I am the regional director in the Midwest, and so that means that I have the distinct pleasure of serving our ABA member law schools in Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, and in Wisconsin. And a special shout out to Jessica Rouser in Detroit for just winning our last break challenge. So with that, I will turn it back over to Jackie so we can get started.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Teresa. So, you know, the proverb, may you live in interesting times. I just think over the last couple of years, I think that's been more true than ever. And I'm not sure if 100% I enjoyed it all the time. I felt like I spent the whole year or the last couple of years just looking in a mirror, but it was just actually my Zoom reflection. So I'm sure a lot of you kind of felt the same way. The other thing that we're going to do as far as reflecting on these interesting times and the financial crises that have happened is we're going to take a look back. We're going to take a look back to our last Great Recession. What happened, 2008, 2009. But what's interesting is that the results and the outcome and the impact of that is just being documented in the research now. Starting in about 2017, we actually started to get data and evaluations of what happened. And so the reason why we're looking back is because we're going to also try to see, can we take the lessons that we've learned over that time period and reasonably apply it to what's going on now? Can we help our students in that way? Will we have to make tweaks and changes? And of course, that's why we're going to finish with the commission recommendations, because there always are commission recommendations of things that we can do, and we're going to share our best practices in higher education, also in the things that we do here at AccessLex. But the goal is to really access that knowledge and that data. And I know Nancy earlier said some of you may be looking for research that you should be taking back to your schools, to your VPs, to demonstrate some of the trends or to substantiate some of the trends that you have seen at your school in order to advocate for certain programs and things like that. And hopefully you'll find some of those resources available in this research session. It did take over 10 years. I know a lot of times we talk only about 2008, 2009, but think about it. When I think somebody mentioned to Durham, may have been Charles earlier, saying that the salaries didn't really even recover. It took 10 years, right? 2008, 2009, we were at the height with salaries, 190,000 for, the top people, and that dropped substantially to 130, and then it took 10 years to recover. That's not the only thing that it took 10 years to recover. Additionally, for example, we looked at mortgage crisis and things like that, and again, people were able to hang on, as was evident in some of the things that you shared. They didn't lose their homes until maybe 2012, 2013. So, and some of them, Teresa and I, when we do our coaching sessions, we find out there's still impact from that now that we're talking about. It really exposed a financial vulnerability in our population that I think took many people by surprise, because we feel like we're a very rich country and we do well and everybody's well off. I remember going to a conference a couple of years ago when well, actually it was last year, when there was some research that came out that showed that as a nation, we are financially worse off than we were at the last turn of the century. I was like, wow, that says a lot. But what it really did is it amplified and pulled back that curtain of systematic inequities that we're facing, and some people in our population are facing every day. And those are the things that I think are potentially lessons that we learned then that we can apply potentially now. And based on some of the stories you've already shared, I think that's what's going to happen. Take a moment and look at this word cloud. Teresa and I put this word cloud together, and so what it is, it's really topics and words and content that's going to be talked about in this session. So I want to challenge you, take a couple of, take a gander, figure out which ones you're like, oh, this looks interesting, here's where I really want to start paying attention. Because the way we're going to do this session, we know that research, even though Teresa and I are research nerds and data geeks, and we absolutely love it. And I actually have a sneaking suspicion everybody here is probably along that same line. So I think we're in good company. But what we thought is when we first introduced the study, we're just going to put up a number. And I want you to start pondering what that number could relate to. And again, it's going to be one of these words. I don't want to just give you right away what the results of the study were and things like that. So take a moment to think about it. Pick your favorite two that you think have an interest for you, maybe results that you want to know from the last Great Recession, or even now from our COVID-19 event that was actually deemed worse than the Great Recession as far as financial impact. So if you got those two words, or maybe three, let's get started. All right, this first research about poverty level and debt indicators is really an accompaniment to what I was talking about, what I learned at the conference that I went to. And so what the purpose of this study was to analyze the debt profile of low-income households before and after the Great Recession. And they used the Federal Reserve survey data of consumer finances information. And again, thinking back at the word cloud, what do you think that 40% could relate to? What they were trying to find out is, all right, what happened to the poverty levels? And if you were thinking that 40% of U.S. households were impacted by the Great Recession in one way or another, you're absolutely correct. Since the Great Recession, at least 40% of households have experienced some unemployment, loss of jobs, delinquency in mortgage payments, negative equity, negative foreclosures, all those type of things that we talked about that we're having one-on-one conversations about already. What I think is not surprising is that we know following the Great Recession, these lowest income households were more likely to have higher debt and debt delinquency problems. But what this research also showed is that it started meandering its way into the middle class. So that the flow, which especially higher education is supposed to promote, that nice transition in between classes as you get your education and you get more knowledge, that transition is not as smooth anymore since 2008. And that is something that we've been talking about. So those poverty debt levels and indicators among low-income households is something that you can look at if, potentially you're serving in students that are largely low income. The second thing we want to impact is, okay, we know they were impacted, but a lot of talk is always about behavior change, right? Do you do something different, or will you do the same thing over and over again? And the purpose of this study was to determine whether reduced spending actually helped families avoid financial distress during the Great Recession. So did they feel less stressed out? And again, financial distress here was defined as failing to make a mortgage payment or even non-mortgage payments. The data came from a period between 2007 and 2009, again from the Survey of Consumer Finances. And it was interesting. So what do you think? 73% thinking about spending behavior and change did what? If you were thinking, I bet 73% change their behavior because I was one of them, then you were right. But what's really interesting in this study is that it was individuals that reduced their spending to less than their income were only twice as likely to feel financially distressed. However, individuals who spent beyond their income levels were 3 times as likely to be distressed. And the other thing that absolutely made no difference whatsoever is what your spending habits were before. It was a clean slate as we hit 2008 in the Great Recession. Talked about this a little bit. We pulled back the curtain on the vulnerabilities that we have, but we also pulled back the curtain on inequities that we see existing in our country more and more, and it has become part of our national dialogue. So in this research about the road to zero wealth, 75% of individuals have this impact them. Think about that. Go back to our word cloud. What do you think? Thinking about the road to zero wealth is pretty telling. Again, like I said, in that one session I went to, it showed research that we are worse off at this turn of the century than we were at the last turn of the century in the Industrial Revolution. And you know what that looked like. So right now, this current research was able to look at the existing racial divide, and it took a look at it over 4 years, 8 years, and it also projected it into 2043, which is the time that this country's population is supposed to become majority non-white. So again, as we're thinking about things that are going to impact our students, our population, and things like that, this is one of the things that might impact that. So take a guess. And if you guess that 75% of African American and Black households decreased their wealth by 75%, then you are spot on. In just over a generation, the median Black and Latino households saw their already low net worth decrease. 75% for Black communities, 50% for Latino households, while at the same time, white households increased by 14%. Now, we know that the majority of the gains over the last 10 years were in that top 1%. I think maybe, 5 people that own all the wealth. But the rest of us that are kind of distributed on the bottom, this is what that looked like. So this research really amplified the systematic inequalities that exist, and they pulled back that curtain. Now, I think the good news about this is that it really has begun to spark a serious national discussion, both on personal and professional levels. What does it mean for us as a nation? Where do we want to be as a nation? And what are we going to do about it? Here is the references. And again, like I said, I know Nancy said she gave you a task. Go out there, become active. And if you need research to substantiate and back some of the patterns you see at your campuses, we have a complete list of all of these research references as a handout that's available to you. And please feel free to use that. And so let's take a look. I want to kind of look at a poll to find out from all of you, how did this information affect your student populations or maybe your institution? And so the poll is going to give you very easy. You can just click right on the screen and let's try it because this is the very first one. So during, which of the Great Recession statistics impacted your students and your institution the most? So just start clicking on it, and as soon as I see that we have some participation there at the bottom, I am going to show us what the results are. So this is different than WebEx or Zoom, where you launch the poll. It should be just on your screen, and you should be able to just click. So the recession statistic that we impacted is that at least 40% either lost jobs, homes, became unemployed, 73% cut back on their spending, and some of them may even have dropped out of school because of that. I think that was some of the things you mentioned in this. We discussed the net worth for people of color. Maybe there were other things that impacted your institution. And, maybe you were not working with students at the time. I know that over the last 10 years, you see the same people and sometimes they just wear a new hat. So if that's the case, welcome to the student side. I see that we're getting some attendees to participate, and so I wanted to kind of ask Teresa, based on this, when you're thinking about that and the schools that you're kind of working with, or even in our coaching sessions, let's focus on our coaching sessions because we did talk about that a lot already with Ursula and Jennifer and Emma and Charles, that those one-on-one coaching sessions, they bring everything to the table, their heart and their soul, and some of these things are present. And maybe you want to share something about that.
Oh, absolutely, Jackie. When we were working on this and talking about what these different statistics and how they might impact the institutions, in a lot of my coaching calls, there is a real aversion to investing, and it goes back to the Great Recession and what happened to a lot of these students' families during that time. So they really had to rein in spending. So I think that one is a major portion of a lot of the coaching calls that I deal with when we talk about things outside of the norm, like loan repayment and things like that.
What I also thought was very interesting, especially in this morning's group session, is that there is kind of a shift to talk about finance that's beyond student loan counseling, right? And it looks like several people have gotten the AFC certification. So hello, colleagues. But you're starting to recognize the conversations about student loan is not about the student loan repayment itself. It's about fitting those student loan repayments into their own overall financial goals. And that means talking about other issues that are financially related, like buying a house, like building a family, all those type of things. I see we have several submitted. I am going to close the poll right now, and let's look at the results. All right. And so based on what we're seeing, it looks like that a little bit over 20% of you were dealing with student populations who did lose jobs or homes. And again, a lot of you said sometimes it was the family, the parents that lost jobs or homes, and the impact of the whole family. 73 cut back on spending. The decreased net worth for people of color, about 10%, and some, 42%, were not working with students, and then some of the other. If you want to type the other into the Q&A, we'll circle back around, and then Casey can share that out in a few minutes. So thank you so much for participating in this very first poll, and I'm going to turn it over to Teresa to take us forward. And just a little hint, it's not going to be all negative. There is good news on the horizon.
Yes, thank you. Well, thank you again, Jackie. So we will fast forward. We talked about the fact that it has taken 10 years from the Great Recession to get back to a point of recovery. And when we turned the page on 2020 and on 2019 and welcomed in 2020, the economy was pretty much roaring along. The national unemployment rate was at a historic low. It was at 3.4%. As were the unemployment rates for women, Black and African Americans, Asians, Hispanic, Latinx populations. The median salaries had started to increase and wages were rising. And we saw this especially with the law student median wages or median salaries. We have an awesome slide in one of our decks, and we show students the progression of the salaries over time, starting in about 2008. So we had started to see a gradual uptick. And of course, we had no idea what was just right around the corner. And it completely caught the whole world by surprise. And most of the time, researchers and historians and all of us, we do look back. And so we are trying to find those nuggets that we can refer to and help us to navigate what we are going to be going through for probably a very long time to come. So we're going to take a look, and I want you to think about the word cloud, go back to the word cloud, and think about the word that was in the center. It was the most prominent cloud. It was debt. And we deal with student debt all the time. So we're going to look at a study, the first study in this section, and it deals with student debt. And we talk about student debt in our society a lot, especially over the last 10 years. But it rose to an incredibly new level of salience when COVID hit. And it was fabulous that Congress acted quickly to enact the CARES Act and to put the provisions in place for suspension of payment and zero interest and to cease, wage garnishment and collections to help the borrowers through this incredible time period. At the time that COVID hit, it was estimated that the outstanding student loan debt was about $1.5 trillion. That amount has doubled over the last decade. It has increased at 6 times the rate of inflation. So this was a huge segment of our economy. It still is. And I thought it was interesting when Nancy talked about the challenges that are going to be faced with re-entering repayment. It was easy to stop out of repayment, but it will be difficult to get everybody back in and on the same page. Hopefully will have the resources to take care of that. Within that context, I'd like you to take a look at 2/3 and think about what this might relate to in relation to student loan debt. And this data point is from a study done by the American Association of University Women, the AAUW, and it was published in September of 2020. So the first fall right after COVID. So what do you think that might be? And if you thought about, well, maybe it has to do with women, since it was published by the American Association of University Women. Women hold 2/3 of all student loan debt. And that is an important point, because Black women graduate from undergrad with the most debt. First generation women, and I'm a first gen college student. My husband was a first gen college student, and first gen women graduate with over $4,000 more than women whose parents have, at least one parent has a college degree. And women from for-profit institutions graduate with the most debt. And this is important for the work that all of us do, because we know that that women borrow a higher proportion of money to attend law school. So if they're already coming into law school, these amounts of student loan debt, this is something that we need to focus our attention on when we are providing services to them. All right, our second research point is also related to debt, but it has to do with millennials. So think about what this might entail in terms of millennials and their money, 43%. What could that data point be? So this data point is the proportion of young adults with outstanding it is increased from 34% in 2012 to 43% in 2018, the proportion of young adults with outstanding student loan debt. That is 9 percentage points in just 6 years. And millennials are a really important group. And this particular study looked at information from the National Financial Capability Study and focused in on millennials because they are the most diverse, the most well-educated, and currently the largest percentage of our population. So they have the ability to have a huge impact on our economy over the next 30 years. And they are very concerned about their own financial vulnerability. And we see this in our coaching calls all the time, the conversations that we have. Will I be able, I have so much undergraduate debt. Now I have my law school debt. Will I be able to manage this debt? We heard the things from our Rockstar panel earlier this afternoon, the things that they hear from their students. Can I buy a house? Can I buy a car? Can I get married? And so it's important to understand where they are coming from so that we can speak to them and help them to understand that there are ways forward. And that's what gives me some of my most gratifying experiences with students is when I finish a coaching call. Sometimes I talk to the same student 3 or 4 times, but they always say, I feel so much better. I feel relieved. I feel like I can have a life, like I can actually manage this debt. And it was not all doom and gloom. And Jackie had a little spoiler alert at the beginning of this section. But there was a bright spot. And the bright spot was reported relative to some consumer behavior that came from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. 35%. What could that entail or relate to relative to consumer behavior data that might have come out of the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis? Well, this came related to the personal savings rate. And the personal savings rate is a percentage, it's represented by a percentage, and it's basically our income after we pay our taxes, and then we spend money that we need to spend. what is left there to be able to invest or save. And it jumped to 35% in the spring of 2020, which is abnormally high. It immediately started to recede. And of course, during that time period was when the first stimulus checks were received. So there was an influx of government money, and we had much less spending. I know we can all look back in our own circumstances, and credit card bill I got after the first month of lockdown, I was like, wow, I hardly spent any money last month. There was nowhere to go. There was nothing to do. Downloads on my, my streaming accounts were the biggest expense that I had out of the ordinary. So this was a huge increase because personal savings covered around 2%, give or take, a few percentage points. And I do want to show you this. Let's peel back the onion just a little bit, because I think this is pretty fascinating. If you look, and I'm going to pull up one of my little pointer tools here. If you look at these vertical gray lines, these represent section. And you can see that when we see one of those lines, we also see an increase in the personal savings rate. And that generally makes a lot of sense from an economist standpoint, because when recession happens, people pull back, they try to save, and the length of time that we see the personal savings rate increase is often an indicator of what these individuals think may happen in terms of long-term, whether the recession is going to be long-term or short-term. And so this may have some effect on our students because, I know we have record numbers that are applying to law school right now, but it'll be interesting to see how they manage the payment. And especially for law schools that are continuing with sort of a hybrid version, and if they will be able to learn from a distance, and perhaps, because we heard from a lot of students that although all sorts of financial distress out there, many of them had gone back home or gone to live with a relative so that they could, and they saved a lot of money in that process. So I just checked these rates this morning, and March was up again to 28% in March. And so, but I'm going to keep my eye on this data because I think it's a fascinating indicator of the psyche of the consumer. Again, here are our research references on your little toolbar. It's the blue square with paper clip. Just go ahead and click on there and you can download the whole sheet of all of the studies that we have. All right, we've come to poll number 2. And now you're all experts since we already had our first poll. So just click on the screen, which of the fast forward stats impacted your students and your institution the most? Perhaps you have a higher proportion of female students, and so that student loan debt piece might come into play. Maybe increased student debt levels because of circumstances where they lost income. Maybe there was a decrease in student loan borrowing because they were saving money by living at home or doing other or not doing things. One student said to me, I don't think my budget's very realistic because I haven't been doing anything, like socially. So I can't really say that this is what my budget's going to look like long term. And then maybe there was something else that you thought about. So let's go ahead and have you make your choices. And we have a lot of choices coming in. Good, we got all of our practice in on the first one. So I'm going to go ahead and close this. All right, we had increased student loan debt levels was the highest, 70%. And 20% of you serve higher proportions of female students. So this would, this is going to indicate this will have a long-term impact on those students who borrowed increased amount. And if you want to put any other comments in the Q&A, please do that, and we'll circle back to that. And I'll throw it back to Jackie.
All right, thank you. So, Teresa, you're right. It is going to have a long-term effect on students, and it's going to impact, us knowing who we serve is essential. Identifying how we can help is the starting point. And some of that is going to be, we have to assess, what do we do right now? What do we do right? Where can we improve? What do we need to change? And I think, again, one of the good things that came out of really this is that I've noticed that there's been an increase in silos coming down and creative partnerships across campuses springing up because everybody wants students to succeed. We have students' best interest at heart. And when we band together to make that happen, I've seen that, and it warms my heart. Now, at the same time, there are some things, again, like I said, we have exposed some systematic vulnerabilities and also just systematic problems in our education system. Nancy talked a lot about, for example, earlier, when we talked about the last Higher Education Act and potentially getting rid of PLUS loans, right? The idea was, well, you have so many lenders that are in the place that already provide that. Why does the government have to do it, right? That's the argument. If the market does it well, why do we have to do it? And that was very interesting because if that would have went away, it would have pushed a lot of students into more private loans. And this research right here is about educational redlining. And we know a lot about redlining, but sometimes we forget that or maybe we don't know that it happens. If you're familiar with redlining, it is a practice to refuse to issue a loan or offer insurance to somebody because they live in a certain area and they're deemed to be a poor financial risk. So thinking about that and then looking at this $3,499, what do you think that impacts? Where does educational redlining show up and who does it impact? I'm going to give you a moment. Think back of the word cloud we had, and maybe this is where you picked, oh, this is mine, maybe what you thought. If you were thinking that this is probably the dollar value of the interest rate spread by lenders who compare similarly situated borrowers simply because they're from a different school, you're correct. So basically what this is an HBCU penalty, for better lack of saying anything else. It is that minority-serving institutions, including historically Black colleges and universities and Hispanic-serving institutions, pay more, especially in private loans. And since these institutions play such a significant role in expanding access to education, when potential PLUS loans go away, it could really even tweak the numbers even more. So this right here, this $3,499 is considered the HBCU penalty. And that means that students who apply to refinance private loans and put in, the first thing that they ask them is, where was your undergrad? What's your job that you're going to do? They don't ask them about their credit scores, even though that's one of the things we always talk about in our one-on-ones. Students are very worried about their credit scores. Like they look at them weekly, like it's going to do something magically. But those credit scores, yes, they're taken into consideration, but they're not the primary factors. And this $3,499 is the cost of going to an historical Black college and trying to refinance your loan. The same thing is true for historically Hispanic serving institutions, which it's a little bit smaller. The penalty is a little bit smaller. It's only $1,724. And there's also one for community college. So the penalty there is $1,100.34. So that is something that is a systematic inequity that really has become evident in the last years. And based on that, I think a lot of times some of the conversations that we've heard is there's been that food insecurity. I've heard a lot about institutions that have put in food closets on campus. And you know, when you're thinking about that at law schools, you're like, oh my gosh, it's unbelievable that it trickles down to that. And it is. I've heard of institutions where they have free winter coats available. So when we're saying our students are running on empty, what do you think that 5 times the national average relates to? Now, this is from the Studying on Empty. It's a qualitative study on low food insecurity among college students. It's done by the Trellis Company. And what do you think that relates to? What's the impact of that? And if you thought that means our college students are 5 times more likely to be in poverty than the average American, then that's the case. So this recent research suggests that the combination of the high costs of living, the high rise college prices, the stagnant family incomes that were discovered earlier, we said some people have not been reemployed, the increased enrollment costs, lower income students leaving, maybe college students, they're not able to meet their basic needs, including adequate and regular nutrition. So 64% are experiencing food insecurity, and that has resulted in over 5 times the national average of students, college students, being in poverty. I think that's very sobering. Yeah, I think we were able to see the whole food insecurities as soon as COVID hit, within 2 or 3 weeks of the economy shutting down. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of people being in food lines. That was very reminiscent of the Great Depression. And I didn't live through that, but I was like, I saw that in history books, and I certainly don't want to go through that. Now, this one you're going to see, it says, research says, and I didn't give you anything. And the reason why is I want you to think about that. Here is a gap that we have. That's why I didn't put in what the title is. But we're looking at dealing with money. Dealing with money is not easy. There's many things we can't control, and there's a lot of stress associated with money, spending, personal finance, all those type of things. But at the end of the day, we know everybody wants to be successful. Nobody gets up in the morning and says, gosh, I really want to do horrible on my finances today, or I want to just not do well on all of my tests. No, that doesn't happen. People want to be successful. So this study shows that 35% do something, but it leaves a gap for the 65%. So what do you think, as it talks about learning about money or managing your money, what that 35% is? Well, if you're thinking 35% of students probably still learn about finances from their friends and families and parents, then you're correct. Like I said, that leads you to think about, well, where do the other 65% learn it from? And I think it goes back to what Jennifer said earlier. They do come to campus, and they have said this in our Max focus groups. They said, Jackie, to be honest, I've been trying so hard to be successful academically. I have not worried about my money at all and finances at all. I figured I'm going to deal with that later. Same story we hear over and over in our coaching sessions. And they do admit, I actually don't know what I don't know. So that's a big one. And where do we then fit in? If 35% are learning about money from their families, where do the rest of the 65%, where are they served? And maybe that is an opportunity for us at our campuses. So again, these are the research references. And if you click, like Teresa said, on those little line items on the top 3, there is a link with a paperclip, and then you should be able to download it from there. All right, let's look at poll number 3. So which of the following statistics impacted your student and your institution the most? Higher interest rates for private loans, increased poverty rate in general, higher population with food insecurity, learning about finances is the focus of family, it's not our institution, or not applicable to my institution. So go ahead and fill that out. I see you're getting started already. Teresa, what do you think as far as this? For me, it just was, I always heard about redlining, and I thought with all the things that we have done in society to move the needle in the right direction, I was just really shocked to find out that that's still going on. And that impacts, it is so hard to acquire and create generational wealth. What do you think?
Oh, I think that the statistics in that study were staggering. And I think that as we continue, again, each time we continue to try to move forward. And I think that's what the critical point is. We have identified these. We are having more national conversations, more action. But I agree that the data in that particular study was pretty staggering.
Well, even
I did want to give a shout out. I thought that what Virginia did. I was going to say about food insecurity. I was very impressed with the innovative Friday farm market activity that they had at UVA, and just hearing about all the activities that were going on at our panelist schools. But I also heard from many of my school administrators. Alumni stepped up, faculty and staff stepped up. Some students helped other students. It was really heartwarming to hear all of that.
Yeah. A lot of students, when they were speaking to us in the one-on-ones trying to figure out about the budgeting, it was all about where can you find something that you don't have to pay for so that you can spend your money on the things that you can't get for free. Mm-hmm. So that's been part of the conversation. All right, well, let's look at this poll and see where we came. 37%, almost 40% of you have seen an increase in the student poverty rate. Yikes. A little bit over 41% high populations with food insecurity. Learning about finances is the focus of families and not our institutions. About 12.5, I'm reading that directly, and it's really not applicable at my institution. It does, no pun intended, give us a lot for food and thought. And I'm going to turn it over because really these are the things that make us then look inside and say, what should we do? Which is those commission recommendations are always about.
Yes. Absolutely. So what should we do and what might guide us in what we're doing? So for those of you who may not be familiar with the Financial Literacy and Education Commission, it became part of the federal government in 2003 as part of the Fair and Accurate Credit Transactions Act. And this commission is basically tasked, at that time, it was tasked with developing a national financial education website, which is now up and running, mymoney.gov. And it was also tasked with developing a national strategy on financial education. And it is always chaired by the current Secretary of the Treasurer. So the chair today is Secretary Yellen. And the vice chair is always the head of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And then the membership is made up of 23 different federal agencies, for example, Health and Human Services, the Department of Labor, all the basically the federal agencies. And they meet on a periodic basis, and they also publish their reports on a periodic basis. The first one came out in 2006. They had another one in 2011. An updated version in 2016, and then this one was published in fall of 2020. And they do have recommendations for, that's part of their job, recommendations for what can we do as a nation and how should we approach the issue of financial education so that we can increase the financial capability and financial literacy and financial wellness of our population. And so the recommendations are knowing who your population is so that you can tailor programs to those groups. And you need to be able to provide them with things that they can act on and that are very timely. How about we need to think more about improving actual skills as opposed to just the old dissemination of information. So a student sits there, we tell them a bunch of stuff, but we don't actually help them develop the skills to budget, the skills to figure out what their employment benefits are. So thinking about what are those key financial skills, building on motivation. Once someone is motivated, how can we continue that process? We have to make it really easy for them to make good decisions so that they will continue to do that. And that there should be some standards for professional educators in terms of a base level of knowledge if you are going to be working with students or any population on a regular basis, talking about finances. And of course, providing some kind of ongoing support and then evaluating what you are providing to see if you are having an impact. So we were really excited to sort of put our MAX program components next to the commission recommendations. And it's interesting in the commission's also known as FLEC. That's the acronym for the commission. So I'll refer to it as FLEC the rest of the time. But they're very clear in saying that the federal government sets policy and it gives direction. But this national strategy around financial literacy cannot be implemented without the help of state, local, and tribal governments, without the help of nonprofit organizations, which of course AccessLex is, and private and community organizations. All of these entities have an important role in making sure that we can target specific populations and provide these services and this ability to learn new financial skills in a very efficient, tailored manner. And so that's exactly what we do at AccessLex. We are focused on the law school population primarily, and we know that population, and we are focused on the law school experience and what the students go through, and we learn that from the students, and we learn that from all of our wonderful administrators at the schools that we serve. We have structured the lessons and our resources to focus on their year in school. And again, that information came from our pilot study. The students told us what they thought they needed to know in what year and in what order. So our lessons are 1L, 2L, 3L, and post-graduation. They are focused, they're timely. And we really work on trying to help them develop their own skills. I loved when Charles said earlier that he tells the students what he would do given the same fact pattern, but they have to make that decision. So helping them, see that piece of it. And others talked about, but we refer them to different calculators for their paychecks. We refer them to different apps for their budgeting. They need to develop those skills. And we also do that through Max. Motivation. If somebody comes and they're motivated, we can motivate them even further because of our scholarship incentives. And we also provide that free one-on-one coaching to help support their decisions. And, making it easy to learn and make good decisions. Our Max lessons are available on demand all the time. And I loved that the comment earlier this afternoon about us being referred after hours, like we're available 24/7. We're not exactly our coaching, but almost, because we all live in different time zones. So we have a pretty good swath of the time zone covered for our coaching. All of us, we are AFC certified, so we have that credential. And the one-on-one coaching helps to provide that ongoing support I mentioned earlier. Sometimes I talk to the same student 4 or 5 times because they need it, and that's what we're there for. And we are always evaluating and looking for ways to improve. And Jackie knows all about that because she heads up our evaluation effort. The commission also provided best practices in the higher education space. And it's not surprising that one of their main ones is that students need information about to inform their borrowing and try to engage them in some effective ways, looking at different populations and targeting them, whether it's a national population, an institutional population, talking to them about the importance of graduation. We know, it was mentioned again on the panel, that when a student doesn't graduate or when they start on a certain path and perhaps go down a different road, that they are more likely to default on their student loans. And so it's important that they understand that. And then preparing them for that life after college. It's so much more holistic than just their federal student loans. It's everything about their financial wellness. And so the commission related to all of those. So we try very hard in the 1L year to make sure that students understand cost of attendance, how it relates to the loans. We discuss budgeting, and we try to help them borrow the least amount as possible. Max is Learn as You Earn, again, with our scholarship incentives, and we sprinkle other little incentives along the way through gift cards and things for workshop attendance and for helping us by giving us some feedback from our sessions. And our Road to Zero loan repayment session is our most popular presentation. So they are focused on trying to help the students succeed. Well, all of our lessons are, but the Road to Zero tries to help them see is a loan repayment strategy for everyone. And then again, our coaching sessions, they are very popular, and especially during COVID and last spring, we really, wow, we were coaching many hours every day to help students through that. So we've come to poll 4, and this one you get to choose multiples. So which of the following recommendations and best practices are most applicable on your campus and in the work, the wonderful work that you are doing with students? So take a look at these. You can scroll down and click them, knowing who you are, building on motivation, making good decisions. I know we heard from the panelists this morning that many, many, many of these things are going on their campus, and they are going right along with the FLEC recommendations, as are, I'm sure, many of your institutions. So go ahead and click on those, and we'll give that a few minutes because there are many choices. So Jackie, what's one of the recommendations?
Yeah, I was going to say, you know what, this is really a good time right now. I know many of us are going to be connecting here relatively shortly to coming up with our MAX strategies for the year. And so I think thinking about some of these, you know, looking at your student population, knowing who you serve, know what the problem areas are, knowing how you can best support it. I think that's going to be really a great conversation to have this year, because we do have a lot of research. We have thought about it. There's a lot of results out there, and we have more tools and resources. And so, you know, reach out. If your regional directors haven't reached out to you, which I'm sure they have, reach out to them and say, let's get that conversation started. I've got some ideas for this year.
All right. It looks like we have many, many that have already polled. So I'm going to go ahead and close this. All right, let's see what the largest one is. Most applicable, it looks like almost 48% provide actionable, relevant, and timely information. Fabulous. A third working on improving financial skills. Also fabulous. Well, they're all fabulous because they're all working on the recommendations. Actively engaging their students, almost 72% in financial literacy education. Awesome. Thank you all for participating in the polls. And it sounds like we know there's fabulous things going on out there, but thanks for all you do for your students. And now Jackie's going to take us through some of our MAX program evaluation.
So I know we're running a little bit up against the hour, so I'm going to try and be very short and succinct, but I've got good news to share, and so I want to share that, but know that you do have the session handout available. It is important to recognize that the results did show reduced financial stress for our students. Students who participated in MAX showed reduced financial stress. Educators that, you know, teach in the classroom, when I used to teach, I knew when a student stressed out financially, the next thing that would happen is they would be disengaged with the content, no matter what it was, no matter who the instructor was, and pretty soon I would get a notification that the student had dropped. It is the fastest stop-out behavior is financial stress. But what's great is we had reduced financial stress, we had increased confidence, and they actually even reported behavior changes. So let's check this out. Reduced stress quite a bit. Look over here. If you can just take a moment here, let me see if I can highlight this. This is the control group. I evaluate the groups every year. We get feedback from the focus groups every year. But we had the control group, which was the group that provided us the information about, do we need MAX? Do we want MAX? How it would want to be taught? All those type of things. That is the control group right here. You can see that when we ask them, are you feeling financially stressed? They're like, yeah, totally feel financially stressed. The treatment group was the group of students that completed all 3-year cycles of MAX, MAX 1L, MAX 2L, and MAX 3L. And even though that treatment group for all 3 years, overall, they said, yeah, they were a little less stressed, but still stressed. And some would agree was more. But what I think is very important to realize is as they progress through the program here in 1L, 2L, and 3L, look at that, it totally flipped. What happened is when the question was, are you feeling financially stressed? As we continued to ask him as a 1L, 2L, and 3L, it became, no, I strongly disagree. I think that is just awesome and powerful. The same thing is that confidence. When they first came in, they didn't give them, they were not very confident. Like we said, they said, I really don't know what I don't know, and I'm going to need a lot of help with this. And you can see as they participated in Max during 1L year, 2L, in 3L year, it just continued to grow. Feedback, this up and down is a normal part of the learning cycle. So you will learn more, and then you retrack a little bit, you learn more, you retrack, and the same thing is true for confidence. But look at that. I mean, they started over here, and it's just skyrocketed. Same thing for getting them to grade themselves as it relates to their performance. Here is what the focus group said originally. Nope, we don't do very good. I mean, the original control group said, no, we're not doing that well. But look at what happened to the treatment group. It shifted to B+. The whole, the learning, the curve shifted completely. It just flipped, which I thought is just awesome. They're feeling more confident about making financial decisions. And the way we measured about behavior change was we looked at the 5 indicators that financial counselors and coaches use that are actions that people have to have in order to be, financially making good financial decisions, like using a budget, setting up short-term goals, setting up long-term goals, credit spending and tracking budgets. So we asked students to self-report on this. And as you can see, control group again, some of them were using it, but after the treatment group, there was an increase in amount of students using it. Same thing with short-term goals and long-term goals, because they're built into the modules, right? The modules in the first year lesson are really about, hey, think about what you're trying to accomplish, and then make a long-term goal, a short-term goal with your finances. Now, I think some of you are going to say, look at this, Jackie, there is one that's decreased, but this is actually still a good one, because these students originally reported that they were spending that they had credit card spending, money that they did not pay off every month. And after they participated in the Max treatment group, it actually decreased. And the awesome thing is, they're tracking their budget. So these are all behaviors that they self-reported and they changed. And again, when we started with the pilot group, they said, I am worried about paying my monthly expenses, 40%. When they participated, after they participated in Max, it decreased. After graduation, the pilot group, I will be able to financially support myself. 64% stressed out about that. 64 thought, maybe. After graduation and after Max, 72% thought they could financially support themselves and be able to do that. And again, that was one of the highlights of the best recommendation and the best practices, to get students ready to meet their financial obligations and their financial future once they graduate. So these were some really good news. We're very excited about it. We're hoping to draft something up about it a little bit more formal, but this was kind of just a quick preview. The scholarship winners are #1 motivational tool. They say the same thing, and I've heard this over and over again from Emma and Ursula and Ben and Charles, that, yeah, students say, I feel less stressed, I feel more confident, and that is what we hear in our one-on-ones as well. They're confident about their decision makings, and sometimes they just check in with us on a one-on-one to say, hey, I did a little research, and here's what I think. What do you think? Does that make sense? And they just are now starting to check in because they have new confidence. So that is just exciting. Go back and read that on our scholarship winner website. They all say that. Of course, the second comment is thanks for the money. So it is good. I want to just do this last quick poll. What do you think you're most excited about? Again, this is very important because you're going to start having those conversations on campus with your regional directors, and you're going to identify what your overarching campus goals are and how Max can help you reach those goals, whether that is, reduced borrowing, increased borrowing, all those type of things. So I'm going to give you just a quick minute, and then I'm going to be turning it over. In the meantime, actually, Casey, we're going to be turning it over to you. And I thought maybe one of the things that I know Teresa and I had talked about we wanted you to share was, since your financial background included that one-on-one counseling and consultations, that really by far is the one thing that most students value the most, is the one-on-one coaching.
Absolutely. And from the perspective of working in the finance world, I can tell you on average, hourly, a financial coach would charge anywhere between $150 and $300, which is why we are so excited to be able to offer that as a free resource to your students.
All right, let's look at the poll. I know we're against the time. I love it. 81% of you have the goal of overall reducing that financial stress. It is a stop-out behavior. Reducing financial stress. We recently did a study that showed students with higher debt levels were less likely to pass the bar the first time. I mean, there is a correlation. Money matters. Increased confidence, increased use of budget, and the reduced credit card spending. So, yep, there's good news. We can make an impact. Think of what your aha moment is. Think about how it relates back to that word cloud, and know that we do have impact together. There's power in our group and our knowledge together. And I'm going to turn it over to Casey.
Thank you so much, Jackie and Teresa, for the fantastic information. And thank you all for your participation during this session. I know it's break time, so I am going to toss it back over to our fabulous hosts, Leandra and Derek.
Thank you all so much. What great information and data and statistics. I know many of you love all of that great stuff. So thanks again. Okay, so we are headed into our break. And as we head into our break, you know we love to hit you with an assignment. So in your break 3, we are going to be asking you about your best advice. And what does that mean? What is the best financial advice you've received that you wish someone would have told you sooner? Woo, that's a good one. And so drop your advice in the Ask a Question panel. And when you return, we're going to share some of those pieces of advice, and we're going to choose a random winner for our next prize for this break, which is the Summer Snot Crate. That's Oprah style. So go ahead, take 15 minutes. We're going to come back at 4:21 Eastern time, 1:21 West Coast time. And we are going to unpack some of this financial advice you received that you wish you would have known sooner, or someone should have told you sooner. So 15 minutes, and we'll be right back. Okay, we should be 15 minutes later and back from our break. And I have had to turn on my lights because storms are moving into Atlanta, Georgia. So here we are. But thank you for taking some time to provide that great financial advice in the Ask a Question panel. And we're going to read through some of those. But the question was, what is the best financial advice you've received that you wish someone would have told you sooner? Derek, I know we've been checking out some of that advice. And so we're going to read through some of that. But let's see, Derek, what's some financial advice that you wish someone would have told you sooner?
There's so much. But I will say this. I spent so many years when I started working full-time and then all the way through even becoming a licensed financial advisor in a prior career, worrying about what I was investing in. I wish someone had just told me, you know what, just keep it simple, because most often the simplest solution is the best. So it's really hard to beat like an index, like a total stock market index fund or a target date fund. And it's a lot less stress thinking about it. So when it comes to investing, keep it simple. When it comes to money management, keep it simple. It's hard to beat a good old fashioned Excel budget, right? And so that's something I wish somebody had told me a little sooner. But sometimes you have to go down the rabbit holes to appreciate that simplicity is the ultimate sophistication, right? And so the more I learned about financial management the past several years, the more I appreciate simplicity. Well, how about you, Leandra?
Yeah, so very similar to you in saying, gosh, there's so much. There's absolutely so much. But I would say probably the time value of money, the importance of starting to save and invest sooner when you're younger because of the time value of money. And the sooner you put your money in savings and investment vehicles when you're younger, the longer you allow it to grow, the more money will grow over time. And so I know that's one of the conversations that we often are having with students in those one-on-one coaching calls. And I would say that's at the top of my list for sure. So, okay, let's see what we have. Oh, go ahead, Derek.
I was just going to say, you're not alone, because apparently a lot of our participants today are right there with you. I mean, Susan Palmer, start saving as early as possible for retirement, for home, for any of those large purchases. Geraldine Muir, invest in your retirement plan early. We're seeing that. I love this one from Lynn Page. Start contributing to a 401k immediately when you start your first full-time job. There, boom, simple, right? If you have an employer match, invest in it. But I got to shout out this one from Morgan Cutright. It doesn't get more simple than this. And Morgan says, credit cards are dangerous, period. Don't sign up unless you know you can pay them off every month. So I love the practical advice there, Morgan.
Yeah, these are so good. These are so good. I'm going to shout out Amanda Fox. And she says, I wish someone would have sat me down and explained about capitalization sooner. Like sit me down and shown me charts, graphs, curves based on when I started saving. Love that one. And then another one I have to shout out, Alicia Miles. Anything is possible with proper financial planning. And it's okay for your financial plans and goals to change with the seasons of your life. I love that. Again, something that we are often telling students, you're going to have to pivot, you're going to have to adjust throughout life, and it's okay to do that. It's just that you make sure you make the space to do that. So thank y'all for sharing. We did pick a random person for our summer snack crate, and the winner is, this person is the financial aid program manager at Pepperdine Law, Bernice Hernandez. And let's see, Bernice said, I have it written down here, the importance of saving for retirement as soon as possible. It's a common theme that we are seeing in the Ask a Question panel. And so thank y'all so much, so much great advice. I'm sure you're imparting that on your students as well. Okay, so social media challenge. This is a reminder. We have one more prize for today, and that's our social media contest. So tweet out, LinkedIn, Facebook, put what you are hearing, what you are learning today, and do not forget the hashtag LexSummer. We are going to pick a random winner, and you are going to get the awesome Arctic Summer Cooler, which is, I'm very envious of, by the way. So get those social media posts out there, and we will be pulling a winner towards the end. And with that, I will turn it over to Derek for our last session.
Awesome. And it's my privilege, really, just to turn it over to our Managing Director for the AccessLex Center for Education and Financial Capability, Jen Shaw. And I know Jen's going to bring you through a really awesome sneak preview of our Ask Edna Education Network. So Jen, without further ado, I'm so excited to see what you got for everyone. Take it away.
Great, thanks, Derek. And hi, everyone. It's been great to be here today. I'm closing out today's session, and it's been a fantastic 4.5 hours. I've been on the back end kind of watching the comments and helping with the presenters, but I'm excited to be here with you. And I'm just going to echo what Teresa said during the last session. It's just so wonderful to see all of you in the attendee list. Lots of familiar names, some new ones. So thanks for coming back to those who come to most of our sessions, and welcome to those of you who this might be your first AccessLex event. Welcome. So today we're going to end the day with an introduction to Ask Edna, the Education Network at AccessLex. I'm excited to share this with you. This has been something that we have been working on. Ask Edna, the Education Network at AccessLex. So for those of you for our Max schools, we are excited to bring you an enhanced Max experience on our new portal, on our new education network. And you can see Edna there, right there. And it's going to be a new student portal that is actually going to connect all of our student-centered programming in one powerhouse platform. And so for many of you on the line, you work with us and use the Max by AccessLex Personal Finance Program. We might have some pre-law folks on the line as well. And so we might have folks that use Max Pre-Law with their students. You know, it was fun in the very beginning of today, hearing the shout outs for everyone's favorite product or tool. I loved all the Max shout outs. Loved all of the shout outs for the data bank, our newest tool. So this powerhouse platform is really going to incorporate all of our programming into one platform that really will follow the student through their law school journey. And so here is what students will actually have access to when they log into Ask Edna. So they will be able to access Max Pre-Law. They will be able to access Max, and we are excited to share that we have 2 new areas of content that we'll be launching on the portal. We have student success content and bar success content. So 2 additional areas of content for our law students. And if you haven't signed up for our event next Wednesday, Liz is going to be taking us through kind of what those 2 new areas are going to look like and what additional content will be available for your students. But I'm going to give you a sneak peek of what the Max experience is going to look like on the new platform. So what you see here is what we envisioned this landing page. We're probably going to continue to make some tweaks. But we have created this landing page based on feedback from you and your students. And I'm not sure, some of you may know, but Jackie Carroll, who just presented on our last session, every year she runs a number of Max feedback sessions. So she'll go out either on campus a couple years ago, or more recently, we conducted them virtually. And we'll talk to students that actively use Max, students that maybe don't know about Max quite yet, just to get their feedback on financial education, personal finance, and our Max platform. And so what you see here is the culmination of a lot of the feedback that we heard from students. They want to be able to find their resources in a very easy manner. And so probably one of the biggest changes for those of you who have used Max for the last couple of years, one of the biggest changes that you'll see right here is we actually have a Start Here area. Students sometimes land on our platform, and there's so many resources out there, and they're just not sure where to start. So we're going to make it a lot easier for them. We have a big Start Here button that will take them directly into the course that we want them to complete. And I'll take you through, we're actually going to create 3 courses with this new Max experience, and I'll show you those in just one second. But we'll have that large Start Here area. We also will have a tile that's focused on kind of our topic of the month. So in this, in what you see in front of you, that's building your law school budget. That is a very hot topic for our students as they return, especially those 1Ls as they start law school. Many of the coaching calls that we receive at the very beginning of the year are from the 1L students that are just not quite sure how to budget. They've never quite done it before. So we thought, you know, when we're ready to launch, that's the perfect topic to highlight right on that landing page. And then a lot of students come into Max. They come in to attend a live workshop. They're there to earn scholarship entries, and we are continuing with our scholarship drawings next year in November, February, and April. So we're making it really easy for them to learn how they can earn scholarship entries. And at the very bottom, as we've heard throughout, for many of you, kind of coaching is top of mind for you and your students. So we make it really easy for them to schedule time with their financial coach. And then similar to our previous version of Max, we know how important it is. You know, students are coming in at various levels. So some of them want to explore, and maybe they're coming in as a 1L and they're interested in investing. And so we want to make it really easy for them to explore the content on Max by topic. So they can go directly into the course that we are prescribing for them, or they can actually explore by topic. And of course, we want to make sure that they know who we are and what we do, so we put that front and center as well. And I'm excited to share with you, so not only will we have that enhanced Max experience on the new education portal, but we also are going to be upgrading and enhancing our Max curriculum. And so for the 1Ls, where we are going to start them, and again, they can explore by topic, but where we would like to the courses we want them to access is the Financial Foundations course. And this consists of five lessons. So building financial capability, financial goals, building your law school budget, the power of interest, and summer financial planning. So we'll have those 5 lessons as part of the Financial Foundations course. For the 2Ls, we will have a course named Crafting Your Legal Career. And so you can see it's your law school return on investment, comparing job offers, credit debt for bar admissions, funding your bar exam experience, and consumer loans and buying decisions. And for our 3Ls, we are going to be guiding them to a Life After Law School course. And so that includes lessons on loan repayment, taxes, investing, planning for retirement, and insurance. And for those of you who have been working with Max for the last couple of years, you may remember the previous version of the program, we had 24 lessons. I don't want anyone to fret. With 15 new lessons, they are actually, we've been able to compile all of the information from those 24 lessons into these new 15 lessons. And we've actually added one additional piece of content that we had as part of the Max program, but really only as a workshop. So we have added that Funding Your Bar Exam Experience in the 2L course, the Crafting Your Legal Career. We've added that course into the Max program. We know how important it is for students to get a head start on thinking about how they're going to finance the expenses related to taking the bar exam. So not only do we have the event, but we also have integrated the content into a lesson on the platform. And I'm going to show you, I'm going to give you a sneak peek of what it will look like as students enter a particular course. So this is just an example from that first 1L Financial Foundations course. So they will come in and they'll be given some instruction, and each course, unlike the previous version of Max where we had different tiles in different collections, we're actually linking all of these components into one. So students, when they enter the course, The course will start out with a baseline pre-assessment. They will then jump into the 5 lessons. They then will have some sort of activity where they have to create something. So for the Financial Foundations course, they're creating a 1-year financial plan. For the Crafting Your Legal Career course, they are going to be creating their career blueprint. And for that last course, Life After Law School, they're completing that financial dashboard. Some of you may be familiar with that worksheet. So that's kind of the action item that we have for them in that last course. And then we end each of these learning paths with a post-assessment. And so these are 8 activities that you see on the screen. Each of these are scholarship eligible activities. So we've linked them all. They're right in a row. So hopefully it makes it really easy for students to complete those scholarship entries. And then at the very bottom, what you can't see in this screenshot is we are also going to make recommendations for 2 max events. They don't necessarily have to attend those 2 max events, but we at least want to put 2 in front of them, and then with links to some of our other offerings. So we're really excited about Ask Edna, about the enhanced max experience, and you will see this will go live in mid-July. So we will invite students, we will encourage you to encourage your students, for those of you who are max schools, to hop onto the platform. Even if you're not a max school, there's going to be content for your students as well. That student success and bar success content will be in the portal, and we will have links to all of our other resources for students. And I'm just going to jump in before I pause to take some questions. I do want to go through some of the other resources that we have for students, because I know we have some new folks on the line that may be just familiar with AccessLex or may not have attended an event before. But I just want to call out a couple of these resources, and their names may be familiar, especially as Leandra and Derek did an activity to get us started at the beginning of the day and asked folks to shout out their favorite AccessLex tool or product. Access Connects is one of my favorite, and you probably heard the theme throughout today, whether it be from our panelists or from our AccessLex staff. But Access Connects is a great tool. Whoops, we are flipping around. It is a great tool for students if they have questions, any personal finance questions. They can schedule time directly with any of our accredited financial counselors, and we are happy to speak with them. They can schedule 1 call. They can schedule a call every month, every quarter. They can call as many times as they want, and we are so happy to speak with them. On behalf of our entire team, it's probably one of the favorite things that we like to do is talking directly to the students and helping them through kind of their financial questions. The next tool I want to highlight is Analytics. And this is, if you haven't had a chance to check out Analytics, I encourage you to hop over and do so. But Analytics is basically a database. We've taken the 509, the ABA 509 data, and put it in a tool where it's really easy to access the data. And it allows you to do a side-by-side comparison. You can compare peer groups of institutions. There are trend reports that you can download. And my particular favorite, and Jackie mentioned a bunch of us are data nerds, but you can actually download the full data set if you like to play around with the data yourselves. But this is a great tool for law school administrators. Some of our students use it as well, just to take a look at comparing schools directly between amounts of scholarship given, different outcomes from schools. A great tool to check out if you have not done so before. One of our newest tools is our law school scholarship data bank, and this one is near and dear to my heart as well. It has been a labor of love for AccessLex to pull together. In the data bank, you will have 800 scholarships and writing competitions. Students can search. As you can see in this image, there are a number of different search criteria that they can input. And so we are all about helping students find free money and in turn reduce the amount that they need to borrow for law school. So this has just been a great tool to be able to release to our schools and students this year. We've heard directly from you that you love it. We hear directly from the students that they love it. So again, that is a tool that students can link to directly from our new portal. And as many of you played around with earlier today with that prize, we do have that student loan calculator. It is a great resource. It's actually multidimensional. If you, maybe you saw today, but you can actually go in as an aspiring law student. You can use it as a current law student. And it is a fantastic resource for students as they're getting ready to graduate, or maybe they've already graduated and they're trying to figure out what their repayment plan strategy is going to be. It is probably one of our oldest, right, tools. We've had it for a number of years, and it's just one of our more popular tools. So I encourage you to check it out, and definitely encourage your students to use it actively. And I'm excited to share that we do have a new program that we just recently launched. And so if you've been out to the AccessLex website just in the last couple of days, you've probably seen a banner for our AccessLex Champions program. So we are going to be having AccessLex Champions students at our law schools across the country who will help promote AccessLex tools and resources. And so we do have the application out there. If you know of any students that might be a fantastic champion to help promote the AccessLex tools and resources, you can direct them to our website. You can direct them to this website, accesslex.org/champions. They will find more information about the program and a link to the application. So we are in the process of recruiting champions for each of our schools starting right now. So super excited about that. And of course, as many of you know, we do have our student loan webinars that are running through the summer. So we run them throughout the year, but we don't stop in the summer. This summer, we are presenting our Road to Zero loan repayment session a number of times, your public service loan forgiveness action plan. And in August, we have a number of, we have a couple of sessions on consolidating versus refinancing your student loans. So that URL is our student events page. Students can go directly there and find these sessions and some of our other student sessions that we have on that page. And for those of you who are our MAX schools, we are also running a number of MAX events. So our financial planning for law school students, which is one of our more popular sessions, building your law school budget, helping those incoming 1Ls or any law students help create their budget. We have a number of sessions on legal salaries, taxes and benefits, credit and debt management for bar admissions, funding your bar exam experience, and one of our newest favorite, 5 Habits of Financially Successful Lawyers. So for those of you who are at our MAX schools, if you have any questions about this, we do have all of these in one nice PDF that you can push out to your students over the summer so they can continue to learn and engage with us. And I'm gonna take a pause right now, grab a sip of water, and ask Derek if we have any questions in the chat panel.
Yeah, so the one question, we had 2 questions, one of which was about the Champions URL, and so I just wanted to throw it out there. accesslex.org/accesslex-champions if you are interested. And then we had another question, Jen, as a precursor to, and this is another, people talking about favorite AccessLex resources. They love the conference. And so we are wondering if you can maybe speak to LexCon this year and the fact that registration is opening up here in June 15th. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to be opening up registration for LexCon and our Legal Education Research Symposium next week. So those events are scheduled right now for Nashville in early November. So registration will be live. We will be sending out a communication to our school administrators. Definitely, if you have registered for this event, you are on the list to get that notification as soon as it is open. And the site is being built right now. We will have a number of our sessions that we anticipate having at the event. So you can take a look at kind of what the schedule may look like. But we would love to have you join us in Nashville in early November.
Thanks. And that's those are all the questions that we see in the Q&A panel at this time.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, I'll turn it back to you, Derek.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for that preview of Ask Edna. Jen, we are so excited for that portal, and we know that you are too, and we know that everyone on the call here today is too. In fact, we are so excited for summer. We just couldn't wait. So we put on our Hawaiian shirts. We got our beach goodies ready to go to celebrate another great workshop, another great event today. Leandra, can I see you on the video here? Are you celebrating in style?
I am on the video. I am on the video, hopefully, because
Yay,
I am
there you are.
as excited about summer, and I am more than ready, as I'm sure everyone in attendance today is ready too. So cheers to a great summer, friends. We all deserve it, truly. But before we close out today, we do have one more giveaway, and that's the social media contest giveaway. And we see that many of you have shared what you have been hearing, what you have been learning today via social media channels. We've seen it on Facebook, we've seen it on Twitter, we've seen it on LinkedIn, and you have used that hashtag LexSummer to get our attention. And now it's time to select the winner. Drum roll, please. And the person is, ready, the Director of Admissions from Alexander Pruett III School of Law, Alicia Miles. Woo!
Congratulations, Alicia.
Congratulations, Alicia. You are getting that Arctic Soft Pack cooler. You are going to be ready for summer with that, no doubt. So thanks to you and to everyone who's been participating with us today.
Absolutely. And we just want to say thank you all for joining us today. And as we wrap up, and just thank you for always making us part of your campus communities. If we can help in any way, you can always reach us at educationservices@accesslex.org. Please remember to complete the survey for today. Even though the title may say Pre-Law Day in it, rest assured, it is the survey for today's event, so please complete it. You should see that right in the center of your screen. We are always looking to hear from you, as you know, and to improve what we offer. So within a few days, you can expect a follow-up email from us with the recordings and additional resources from today, and that should come by the end of the week, by Friday. So from all of us at AccessLex Institute, thank you so much for joining us today. We would not be able to do the work we do without each and every one of you. In the words of Helen Keller, alone we can do so little, but together we can do so much. We hope today was a step in the direction of what we can do together in the way of financial capability for our students and the legal profession. We look forward to seeing you online and in person again very soon. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy. Have a great summer.
Take care of yourselves.